Heyo and welcome to today's Trial Watch. Now, Mr. Bean, who does not recollect anything, who doesn't even recollect his own voice, or doesn't seem to know what he ate for breakfast, or how he got to court, how he got to the witness stand. Yeah, finally done. Yesterday, he was permanently excused from testifying. And he's been on the stand, I believe, 8 full days or 8 trial days, which in Judge Glanville's world is a very short amount of time. Now, so we're going to go through bits and pieces of it and listen more careful about from day 44 and 45, as in Monday and Tuesday, and have a little bit of explanation why that and more on today's show. Welcome. Yeah. So we will start off with, oh, by the way, I forgot something. This happened yesterday. Defendant Diamante Kendrick, his lawyer, filed a motion. And this is a bit from it. The state, after originally proposing a witness list of over 700 witnesses, 741 to be exact, has a list of over 400 witnesses it intends to present at trial. Now, that was discussed a couple of weeks ago. I missed that one. I thought they were still on 700. But 400 is still a ton of witnesses, especially since the prosecution keeps adding on to the list. To date, the state has presented approximately 40 witnesses since presentation of witnesses began at the end of November. Yeah, since trial started, 3.5, almost 4 months ago soon, 40 witnesses. That's 10 witnesses per month. At the present representative rate, it will take until approximately October 2026 to complete the presentation of the state's witnesses. Thus, the present trial will take well into at least mid-2027 to complete. Yeah, if they keep having 10 or so witnesses per month, that's where we are. And here's something interesting. In this, the attorney for Mr. Kendrick points out, if they end October 26, the trial will take well into at least mid-2027. So here is the defense warning the judge that the defense case in chief, remember, they all represent their own defendant. They all have their own defense case in chief. That is 8 months. Mr. Kendrick's attorney is warning the prosecutor. This is simply untenable for the remaining 15 jurors or the defendants who remain jailed and without bond and the presentation of another 360 witnesses by the state would cause undue delay, would be a waste of time, and would amount to needless presentation of cumulative evidence. As put by the Third Circuit Court of Appeals, quote, courts need not allow parties excessive time so as to turn a trial into a circus. After all, a court's resources are finite, and a court must dispose of much litigation. In short, the litigants in a particular case do not own the court. This is a 1995 case. And this honorable court has broad discretion on the presentation of evidence and should limit the introduction of duplicative and unnecessary witnesses by the state. As noted by the Georgia Supreme Court, this paragraph provides the trial court with broad discretion to exercise, quote, reasonable control, end quote, over the presentation of witnesses and evidence, quote, to avoid needless consumption of time, end quote. The Fifth Circuit, the predecessor to our 11th Circuit, has also recognized the ability of a trial court to limit the number of fact witnesses at a criminal trial where those witnesses' testimony would be cumulative. Upholding the limitation of number of fact witnesses, the defendant was allowed to present to testify to the efficacy of his treatment method. Okay. Furthermore, this court can limit evidence under Rule 403 of our state's rules of evidence. Quote, relevant evidence may be excluded if its probative value is substantially outweighed by the danger of unfair prejudice, confusion of the issues, or misleading the jury, or by considerations of undue delay, waste of time, or needless presentation of cumulative evidence. Yeah, and we have been talking about this forever. The absolute waste of time from the prosecution, where they call everybody to the stand. Yeah, and as JC says, never mind, the judge is constantly giving the jurors all kinds of time off. In this long case, it's needed. As well as he never starts on time. Yeah, Judge Glanville never starts on time. His 15 minutes breaks are at least 25 minutes long, and his 1 hour lunch is at least an hour and a half. So we are at trial day. Trial day today is number 46. If the judge could time manage, start 9 a.m., go all through the day with 15-minute break in the morning, an hour lunch, 15 minutes in the afternoon. This would be trial day. I don't think I'm exaggerating, because we have half days as well in this. We should be around trial day 28, in my opinion. Okay, but we are here for this. Let's see here. Let's get this up. Oh, let's get this up as well. Okay, so let's start Monday, March 18th.
Mr. Bean, good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, Jan.
All right, you're still on the row, sir. All right,
Sure.
Mr. Steele? Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon. With the state's permission or assistance and the court's permission, Your Honor, I believe that we are playing State's Exhibit number
176.
Thank you. 176CA. And I believe we stopped, Your Honor. I have 1/20/24.
1 second.
It'd be 1/20/23, sir. May we play that exhibit?
Rammed the cop's vehicle trying to leave. Did you know you hit it? You did not know.
Yeah. Who you are hearing on this recording is Detective Quinn, who are yet to testify. And Mr. Bean. No, Gigi, I didn't have time to set Rumble up today. Sorry. Yeah, so this is recording from 2013 between Mr. Bean, who has complete amnesia, and Mr. Detective Quinn. And I think we have concluded by now that Mr. Bean was an informant to Mr. Quinn, to Detective Quinn. So let's listen to what happens in this recording.
You hit the cop vehicle. The cop bumped you. So is it fair to say they tried to block you in to stop you from leaving? Do you think that happened? I mean, I'm just asking.
Yeah, they probably did.
And why didn't you stop? Did you know they were police? Come on, everybody out there saying the police were trying to get y'all to stop. Did you know those were police you were fleeing from?
At the point of time, sir, I didn't know because I did not see a uniform cop.
Who'd you see in the car that pulled in front of your car? Y'all are nose to
I
nose.
seen two females.
Two
I
females.
seen two females. That's all I seen.
And you running from two females? You worried about two?
I'm getting out.
Come on, keep play the player.
I'm getting out.
You think that these females trying to hit a lick on you or something?
I ain't say that. I'm saying.
Did you think maybe they were cops?
I'm thinking maybe when this car start right here, I don't know if they going this building, one of these buildings. I don't know what's going on. But I know I'm going around.
But you know they trying to stop you from leaving. You know that. Yes or no?
I feel the bump.
Do you think they're trying to stop you from leaving that scene where the gunfire was?
I think that I'm going around a car that's still moving, and this car, it just all of a sudden don't even see me.
So
it just hit me anyway.
You never saw the uniform cop?
I ain't see no police officer.
Did you hear any commands?
I ain't heard no freeze, get out, let me see. I ain't hear none of that.
None of that. Okay.
I ain't heard no shots go off by no police officer.
How many shots? And I don't want to interrupt you. You finished? You finished with that statement?
Yeah, I ain't hear no shots go
Okay.
off by no police officer.
How many shots did you hear? Did anybody in the car mention that was the police? Anybody? You got 4 people in the car.
Fred, nobody. I ain't said nobody. They go 12 shouted nothing.
Okay. You know, this is an interesting situation, man. Y'all went through that yard, hit all them tricycles and shit. Could have been kids on them bikes, man.
I could lock my own life.
Oh my God, you could have.
At the time,
Y'all could have landed. Y'all cleared a police car. There was a police car back under that wall. Y'all just missed it. They were just sitting there. They had nothing to do with that shit up on the hill. They were just sitting there. Thank Jesus, Allah, Dalai Lama, everybody spiritual. Y'all didn't land on that car. Then, it would have been a different situation. It wasn't meant for you to, catch that kind of weight. But, you seem like an older brother. Why you got involved with these young men? And you say it to your wife over and over again when I listen to it. Why you get involved with these young motherfuckers, man? I mean, they don't care about going down the road. They can't wait to get down. That's my feeling. They can't wait. That's the same. I got to ring like that. They can't wait to get down there, man. You already know what this shit's about, what life's all about. You are in love. These young jokers only be in love with themselves and their homeboys. They'll never know how to love.
See, I don't bang.
I know you don't bang. You're a family man. You got your kids in football.
This is interesting because the prosecution alleges that this guy here was a gangbanger. And here we listen to Detective Quinn on a recording saying he knows Mr. Bean is not a gangbanger. How about that? And as Nola Big Easy says, notice being admitted on this on recording, he say anything to get to go home. Yeah, we are listening to a recording from 2013. I believe it's September, about a week after the incident they are currently litigating, where Mr. Williams, or Young Thug, was never charged. He was arrested and then let go.
You're active in the school. I did my research on you. You're a good dude, but you know, and I appreciate your honesty about coming clean on this robbery, because it's a robbery. Y'all robbing somebody who, I don't know much about this brother, but he's not supposed to get robbed, no matter what kind of joker he is. It's kind of messy. So I'm gonna let your wife know everything that's going on if that's okay with you. If not,
Yeah, you know.
because I'm not done yet. I still got to go talk to them fools again. I hate to call them fools, but young people scare the fuck out of me. I mean, these young boys in the street these days, they don't care about a whole lot, and it really bothers me.
You, man. I just want to give you my story. I know I bullshit around my family a lot. You know what I mean? I bullshit around the story a lot. You know what I mean? But I just want to make sure I told you pretty much everything.
This sounds like the truth. You're the driver. You really cleared something up for me, the Thug, and I got to go out here and find a picture of this joker. Because it's important, because I don't think he should get away with it if he was in the car. You're not making this up. Thug was in the car.
Yeah.
All right. Okay, let me.
And I can't testify. I can't do none of it now. You know.
All right, you ain't got to testify. That's on you.
Put me on blast front.
Well, that's not what I do. What I do is I'm trying to go.
And here is why you know cops in the United States are allowed to lie to you. Do you think Mr. Bean is realizing this now? That 11 years ago, 10 and a half years ago, Mr. Quinn lied to his, in my opinion, informant over there on the stand. Oh, you won't testify. We will find a ways to get around this. Yeah.
Slow and get all the information I need in relation to you, right? That's all.
Oh, this isn't Kilobyte. This is a recording between Detective Quinn and Mr. Bean.
I'm talking about. But the other people involved, I mean, it sounds to me like Thug got you all involved. I know you're a grown man and everything, but he came down here with an easy way to make money, it sounds like, and it went. Who knew the police were going to be there? Y'all scared the shit out of the police too now. I don't think we don't get scared. We get scared too. We don't run the gunfire all happy about that shit. These cops ran toward what they heard was gunfire. They got to save the good citizens, the bad citizens, everything in between. They don't have a choice. They can't bitch out when it gets hot. That was a hot little scene. They stood up and stayed there. A lot of cops would have rolled the fuck out and reevaluated. Those 3 police officers, they were detectives. They went. Nobody knew what was up, but y'all were just trying to go get somebody who you believe had cash.
Nobody knew what was up with me going to jail, telling my wife what went on. And I mean,
was Fred happy about going to this thing or what? I mean, why did he go to this thing?
I can't tell you about Fred. I mean,
okay, what did he say anything?
With Fred,
because he had a chance to stay back at the trap.
With Fred was on, he just coming home, man. You know what I'm saying? We're not roused. You know what I mean?
Yeah, the young boy did the rock.
I couldn't tell you. Listen, me, Fred.
What would be the split in something like that? You going with these 2 little rookies. What's the split going to be? Do y'all get more or less or the same? It's going to be split 4 ways. What? I mean, just based on what you know.
I mean, you know, it's they move or whatever, man. You know what I mean? So I don't.
How's that work in the street though? If it's they move, do they get more money than you? They get the same.
I mean, everybody in the car will probably, you know what I mean, spit out evenly. You know what I mean?
But let me ask you this: somebody like Red, he didn't ever see you at all. What if word got back? You know, let's say everything went right, you got the money. Is this just Atlanta? Because everybody tells me everybody takes turns robbing each other. Is that the truth?
Yeah, they do that in the city, man.
It's been going on, and you've seen Joker in the store. And you probably seen the person that robbed you. Have you? Or you know who they are?
I'll tell you that.
Oh, you don't?
Yeah, I think we are all noticing that Detective Quinn is leading and coaching this entire conversation to get the information he wants and then use it. We don't know if Detective Quinn does like Detective Velasquez does and delete recordings where the information isn't to his satisfactory. We simply don't know. But in this investigation from September 2013, we already know that Detective Velasquez erased statements he didn't agree with, which is also known as tampering with evidence, which is illegal, which should have been prosecuted and put a foot in his behind all the way out. Because in my opinion, Detective Velasquez on the stand about a month ago admitted being a bad cop.
I've been wrong whole time. You know, it is what it, we got hustling in the streets, so we can't pick up the phone.
But when the game first started, I know you were young.
They just took my drugs or something like that.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's all drug money. Weed, they selling weed, drugs. So, who's gonna call the cops and tell the cops that I just got rough for drug money? You got people coming from North Carolina, all different types of states coming out here and getting took off for their money and getting something back.
And don't even report.
You know what I'm saying?
And they got to go talk to their boss man and shit.
Like you say, this particular day right here, police was on the scene. DK get
But why didn't you call it off? You weren't sure they were cops or what? You just weren't sure?
I didn't even know what.
But you on the tape, and you keep saying, let me wait. You're telling your people's on the phone. Yeah, but you saw the tour.
You know what I'm saying?
Who in the gate first? You or the tourists?
The Taurus was in the gate first. I was behind.
They followed behind somebody to get in because they didn't have no gate key either.
I was behind the Taurus. When the Taurus go in.
So you never looked at them again once you saw them bodies in the
I
car?
didn't go past the Taurus, sir.
So they went on ahead of you. They were gone.
The Taurus go straight back.
And then how long was it before the tourists showed back up in that scene where the gunfire happened?
I say, man, DK started shooting. You got caught.
Let me tell you this. If he didn't start shooting and just robbed him straight up, the police would have never known what was up. They'd have never seen that shit. It was the gunfire. That's what made them come back. They would have went on. They were going there and knock on the door about some off-brand bullshit. They were in there investigating a whole nother robbery that happened early that morning, had nothing to do with y'all. And so if he hadn't have fired that gun, it'd have been a lick going there. Licks happening all around all day long. They would have got the money because he had a stack. A little more, a little less, but it was a stack. And it was in his.
Yeah, just for information, 2013, the prosecution claims that Mr. Young Thug did all of this because money, because blah, 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 because this and that. By 2013, Mr. Williams was on his good way to becoming a multimillionaire. He really didn't need any of this. He had his mixtapes out. He had gigs all over the state and neighboring states. He was on his way back in 2013 to be the big artist he became just like a year later or something.
His pockets, and when you get the police report, you're going to see where the first officer that got DK while he's bleeding because the money bloody as fuck. I got a picture of it. I'm going to go pick him up now. Bloody fucking money, but he hit in the legs, which I think happened in the car. Bloody fucking money. It's a stack. That's exactly what Reagan had. He had already paid out whoever the fuck he was dealing with before. That money was gone. That all he had was, I guess, he's about to go back in the house because he lived there. They down there saying he was robbing them. Was Red robbing y'all? Did he rob your car? Yes or no? No? Yes?
No, Red wrong.
Okay, because let me tell you something. It doesn't make sense to me.
I used to go with Red mom, man. Me and Red, we go way back, man.
But check it out.
I see Red right now, man. Red knows straight up, man, that if I knew that was Red, man, if that was Dirty Red, it probably would never happen anyway.
Okay. Well, the thing of it is like this.
I done seen Red, man.
So you don't know which Red it was. You heard.
If I seen Dirty Red running, I told Dirty Red, hey, Dirty Red, oh, DK, you tripping, man. These my people. These are my people.
Okay. So you thought it was some other Red that had that check?
I didn't know.
Yes or no? You thought it was another Red that had that check?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I know that it was my fault.
And when I say that check, I mean the money, whatever, how much it was.
No, it's still lick anyway. It ain't my lick.
Okay. It's their intelligence. They created the intelligence on this. They did the legwork on the lick.
Yeah, they move, so they
Are they a gang? What gang are they?
I'm gonna get a 15,000, 1,000, or anything. You know what I'm saying? I don't know what he got, but I know. Now knowing the person that I know who it was, I know these are my people, and I would never rob my people.
But do you know he lives there? Did you know Dirty Red lived there?
He don't live there.
Okay. Because let me tell you
Let
let me tell you something with DK.
Little beezy with the glasses living somewhere.
Well, he got something up there. He got a reason for being
They
there.
probably keep the little weed up there.
He sleep. It could be the trap. I don't know. He be up there.
He don't live up there.
Just like some people might think you live down on Macon. You know, he live over there, but
I
you
know
don't.
Red don't live there.
But he be there.
I know the mom and everybody. I know where Red Man live at.
Well, what I'm saying is, did he pull out on y'all and try to rob y'all? Is the question.
No, sir.
Okay. All right. Let me go see if I can find this picture of this boy with the crazy hair. Look like a girl, I guess.
So what?
I'm gonna answer all your questions. Let me get this guy.
Yeah. And here, what transpired during these recordings between Quinn and Mr. Bean is that the woman, large-chested woman with a blonde wig, transformed into, no, it wasn't a woman who drove the car, it was Mr. Bean who drove the car, and the woman they claim it must have been was Mr. Williams, also known as Young Thug. How do you mistake a 6'3", 135-pound guy with a large-chested woman with a blonde wig? You don't. You really don't, in my opinion.
Sure. I gave you everything. You said his name was Jeff, right? Yeah. Let me look up something. I'll be right back.
Yeah. Bean is the only one putting Thug into the car after suggestions from Detective Quinn. And this is one of the centerpieces of the prosecution's RICO case against Mr. William. There is something on the recording in the background. I can't make it out.
It's actually longer. If there's no objection, can we skip it? It's at 1:40:08 to stop it here, and it goes up to 1:58 according to my notes.
1:58?
According to my notes.
Any objection from the state? You concur?
Yeah, it's a 25-minute break, so we don't mind skipping that.
Okay, all right. And the record will.
Thank you.
All right.
I have 7:52. Your Honor, the state wants to start. I don't have any objection. 1:54. Thank you.
We're in advance of that
one. What is funny with this RICO trial is that you could technically charge Fannie Willis and Nathan Wade under a RICO charge. But they won't. It's enough that they are both lying liar who lies, cheating cheater who cheats, and all around not very good people. The reason I say that, I'm not a religious person, but you don't lie in church like Fannie Willis did. That's just evil.
Where you going? Where you going? Dude, I thought we got court later on today. We still need transport, dude.
Okay, what did we have here? Okay, rare also. This is the short version. Jeffrey Williams, also known as Young Thug, is accused by the prosecution to be the leader of a criminal gang called YSL, One Young Slime Life, or something of the sort. The prosecution has collected cases from 2012 to 2019 under the Georgia RICO Act. The Georgia RICO Act makes it possible for a prosecution to pin, if they conclude this is a criminal enterprise, also known as a criminal gang, everything one person does in furtherance of this criminal gang, everybody in the gang is guilty of under the Georgia RICO Act. There are currently 6 defendants in this trial. They were 28. Some pled out, some the charges was dropped, and some pled out and have to testify. This guy are just called, is subpoenaed as a witness. He's not charged under the RICO Act at all. So that is the shortest version I can do, sadly, because we are 3.5 months into this trial. And the state has only called around 40 witnesses out of 400.
Yeah. We still got to transport them to court. If they're not indicted, they don't belong to marshals. Right. All right. Okay. What's going on, brother? It didn't clean. I know it. No, I'm just saying. I left it on. I know if you. All right. Cool. I heard you calling me, man.
I'm trying to get you on the thing.
Yeah, it's cool. It goes right to my desk. The base off this. Oh, you gotta use the bathroom?
Yes, sir.
Okay, right. We go right outside the door. You said Young Thug had crazy hair like a girl. Is this kid is named Jeffrey Williams? That's the Young Thug you're talking about? All right, let me unhook you. And to go outside, they make me put handcuffs on you. So, can you work your business with your handcuffs on? All right.
I just have.
Actually, man, fuck that.
I ain't going there.
I gotta at least put the ankle chains on you because they get funny.
Handcuffs that deep, man. That's on kill now.
But they're real funny about these. I'm gonna put it really loose. We're just walking 2 steps outside. You ain't gotta walk far.
Because you just read.
Oh, goddamn. Fuck me.
What's the deal?
All right, I'm gonna take it off. I'm gonna take the whole thing off. Lift up.
Okay, I missed that one. Question. Okay. After this, do you think any cases Detective Quinn had in the past will be reviewed due to him erasing statements? We don't know if Detective Quinn has done it. We know that Detective Velasquez has, because he admitted to it under oath in this court. Will anything happen to him? No, he's retired. Will anything become of the cases he handled back in the day before he retired? Honestly, I don't think so. I would assume that most of his cases, people have been in jail and then got out of jail. So, sorry. Probably won't happen anything to him. Sadly.
Hey, how long have you known Thug? You say he knew his daddy.
I've been knowing that since football field for like a couple of years ago.
He used to play football, skinny years.
I know daddy, son, 2 years ago.
All right, I gotta put these on. No, you put on front.
Don Roselle fan.
Say it one more time.
Roselle fan recreation center on Cleveland Avenue.
Oh, that was new when they built at the end of the road. Never been in there.
Then
I know, but see, I was over there in the 80s. It's still new to me. I was over there back when all that shit was hopping. All right, it's right here. You good? All right. All right. Hey, man, just trying to make it happen. Oh, yeah. Whenever I step out, I keep it going because, the time I get up, yeah, but I keep two going. You know about this. Because sometimes people are like, this is going to be retired. Huh? It's going to be retired. That's a rumor. I wanted to keep going because in 2 more years I will be retired. But I'm not.
Natasha Kiesling, what do you think about this witness showing up high to court and saying it in open court? Could it be related to the confidential document at the end of the day? I listened to it back and forth. I could argue that he tried to say it, I'm hot, but this guy has had this mask on and he speaks very slurry. So yeah, it might have been I'm high and I need water or something of that sort. I would assume the confidential document at the end of the day was them, just to be on the safe side, having him take a urine test. That is my speculation. But I honestly don't know. I could argue he says hot, not high, because his pronunciation is really, really bad. Oh yeah, Mr. Bean should be really afraid. And here's the thing, the prosecution didn't have to put this case on. They didn't need this underlying act at all, but they do it because they want to paint everybody in the worst possible picture. I'm hoping it will backfire completely. Beckalin, is he in custody or on parole? He's on parole, unsupervised parole. He has maybe a few months left of his parole time. Is he required to do a UA? Not required, but just for the safe side, the judge might have ordered it. We don't know. I don't know.
It's going to be a minute. Yeah, 2 summers left. No, I go back and forth to the DA's office on certain assignments. No. I was looking, so they're retired. I want to retire, man. Oh, yeah. I definitely want to go. You know, a couple years,
do I think the DA will utilize the dead docket against Bean? I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised at all. And for you who don't know what dead docket is, that is when the prosecution doesn't dismiss the case. They just put it as an administrative hold, as in not yet solved. That in that way, they get around the statute of limitation clause, which came back to bite them in this case.
Man, it's incredible. I don't know. It's a different police department. It's just not what I remember, man. I don't remember this shit at all. That's true. Generations. All right, stick back in here. All right, you got any questions for me about this thing? Because I understand you said you don't want to testify and all that. It ain't about all that. That's on you. You know, I'm sure based off what you said, the DA is going to come to you and say stuff to you. But it's a serious crime. Let me tell you why. You got a situation where police officers interrupt an armed robbery in progress. Let's just pretend that Red, or the guy in the silver car you're following, let's just say he is a bank. You go rob a bank, you wait outside. Listen to me. If you go in the bank and there's gunfire, and your partner stays outside, and y'all leave together after that particular robbery, whether you get money or not. The one driving, the one sitting in the car, or the one that was back across town organizing that shit, are all guilty of the same thing. So the police officers, based on what they told me, were in fear. And they thought, they didn't know who the victim was. They knew someone was being shot at, and that would be Red. Now, I don't know what his cooperation level is. I hadn't talked to him. I don't know what's up, but I have to write it all up. I got to show the reason why the situation happened.
How am I charged with something that happened Red?
Well, what I'm saying is, he's been talked to. What I'm saying is, I can't go into that part of the investigation, is what I meant to say. That day, I didn't necessarily have a chance to run down things with him. I'm trying to find out exactly everything. My main concern was the people that were injured. You were injured. The other two guys were. I want to make sure you guys were healthy first. They told preliminary stories like you told a preliminary story. You both, all three of y'all. Thug has to be. Well, they're not going to, if they don't tell me about Thug.
They ain't really going to tell you nothing.
Well, they have, though.
They're not going to.
But they have. They have said, they're saying that Red was robbing y'all. It doesn't make any sense if that's where he always is. Well, look, if you have any questions, your wife has my cell phone number. If you don't mind her knowing your business to that degree, I'll let you talk to her maybe on the way back. But thing of it is, this is an investigation where I got to understand why there was gunfire, why the police had to get involved with gunfire, because they believed you were going to run them over. You know, they were scared of the car.
I ain't been nowhere near police officer. So
Okay.
I ain't seen no police officer. Me personally, me seeing the police, I would stop.
You sure?
Yeah, I would stop.
I mean,
If I'd have seen the police knowing it was
I thought you said you drove, Mr. Bean.
police involved, sir, I would actually stop. I ain't me.
so who did you think it was blocking? Who did you think it was blocking you in?
I don't want no trouble or none of that. You feel what I'm saying?
Who do you think it was blocking you in with the
I'm
car?
thinking this is supposed to DK. You feel what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying?
Oh, you thought it was the people he was robbing?
Yeah, I'm thinking maybe, you know what I'm saying? We get coming off here because I ain't know nothing about it.
Oh, okay, so you thinking the victims are retaliating?
Yeah, you see what I'm saying?
Okay.
I ain't seen them. I seen blue suit. Shit, I'm stopping.
Okay, well, everybody, the witnesses from the park,
Like I said,
the ones that looked through their windows saw the officers in full uniform to get out the car.
yeah, I don't know what they see.
Okay. You didn't see him.
I'm driving, so I can't tell you.
Well, here's the thing. Here's the thing.
What's what.
Let me tell you why I don't believe that. And I'm just keeping it real with you. The reason why I don't believe that, again, with the tape, I'm not going to bring it back out. It's going to be in my report. Tell you exactly what you said. You said that when DK got out the car and hopped out the car, started busting, 12 backed up in the Taurus. Now, I know who the fuck 12 is. You do too. Listen to me. You already told me the car backed up the Taurus. It came. Well, whatever I'm saying, you know it's the police because you called them 12. Then you said 12 started shooting into the car. That's on the tape. You're talking to your wife and the other dude. Y'all talking. You saying 12 shooting, police shooting. You even said, listen to me. You even said DK was shooting at 12. That's what I'm going to put up as evidence. So that right there, no, hold on. Listen to me. Bean, hold on.
This is the cop interpreting what he discussed with Mr. Bean. And now he is shaping that into a narrative he will put into evidence. This is cop work. And why, no matter what, your words should be, I want a lawyer. I invoke my Sixth Amendment rights, and I want a lawyer. And then clam up. The government have literally the power to incarcerate you for the rest of your life. And in a bunch of states in the United States, they can kill you. Don't make it easy for them to do that. Hold them to their job to prove beyond a reasonable doubt. Yeah, don't plead the fifth in civil cases. Mr. Feathers, 15 minutes.
If you don't clear this up, I'm gonna present what I got in those jail conversations. And you're saying you knew it was the police because you're calling them 12. Everybody in the street know police is 12.
This is what I'm telling my wife. You didn't understand everything I'm telling you.
It makes sense to me.
I got hit by a police car.
12 is shooting through.
You see what I'm saying?
mean, you knew it was 12 up there at the Summerdale Apartments because you call them 12. You're trying to get away from 12. Now, if that's the one thing you're going to hold on to, you can hold on to it.
Now listen what you asked me. I'm telling you, I know it's 12 because the same time ran me over. You're not getting that far right there. That's how I know it's 12. For me to get in here and tell my wife who these folks is, you see what I'm saying? I didn't know these were these people at the time this was going on.
So you're saying the same car you saw in the parking lot that blocked you in eventually is the car that ran you over? Well, the one that was near your car.
You see what I'm saying? That's what I'm trying to take. Stuff that I'm telling them, some of that's not true, some of it's not true.
So when did you know it was the police? After you got ran over?
She hit me with the car. Now I know damn. When I see them, I see the car. I'm like, damn, this is police. Police just ran over the top and said, so this is the same police. So I can tell my wife from this.
All right.
You know what I'm saying?
I'll write
From the beginning,
right.
From the beginning, from me to you, I can't tell you this was the police.
Okay.
Because I would have stopped for the police.
All right. That makes sense what you say. That makes sense what you say. So that'll be up to whoever makes that decision what they believe. I'll put that down.
You see what I'm saying?
I'll put that shit.
From the beginning, I can't say this is twist.
Okay.
But after, this is the same car that got me. Yeah, I can tell my wife this is the police.
Okay.
You see what I'm saying? No.
All right. That's your story. Well, let me get over here. You got a hearing tomorrow about something, which I don't want to talk about.
I got to go next Thursday.
Oh, okay.
For this activated assault.
That's right. I don't want to talk about that. I won't talk about that.
Yeah, you already told me.
What I'm saying is that's your other business. I don't want to get into that. I got nothing to do with anything other than what I asked you about. I feel like I've been straight up.
So right now I'm charged with.
Well, what it looks like to me,
I'm still not charged with anything.
I haven't charged anything yet. I'm working this out. I'm gonna sit down and look through what we did today, and I'll come up with my decision. I'm slow, man. I'm old with this shit. There ain't no rush.
Because like I said, I don't want no robbery, man. I want to get everybody in the clip. But like you said,
I am interpreting this as Mr. Detective Quinn telling his may or may not be a confidential informant that he will take all this information and then put what he wants in the report that suits him. That will make it really hard for a defense attorney without these recordings to impeach such a report and such a testimony. And if you don't know these recordings exist, well, there you go.
I'm one of the guys that was in the car, so whatever went on that day, I got to be official with whatever the fuck these niggas done did. So it is what it is. I just like to know them and not to know. You know what I mean?
Why do y'all talk like that on those jail phones? Y'all know we listen. Why do y'all talk like that on those phones? So free. I mean, I don't understand that.
I mean, it's really nothing to me, really. I mean, it's just tell my wife.
Okay.
I'm gonna make
Stand up. I'm gonna put these behind you. I'm gonna leave off your ankle chains because you say they hurt you.
I'm gonna tell her some shit and some shit I'm gonna make sure up. You know what I mean?
Well, maybe we need to get her involved in anything else.
Be a little add-ons and you know what I'm saying? A lot of shit going on.
Hold on. Make sure I got that.
Again, what should Bean have said?
I know nothing. I know nothing. Nothing. I forget everything. I know nothing. I know nothing. I am from Barcelona.
Nothing. Okay, Quinn is on the stand today. Okay, no, Becca, you didn't miss Mr. Quinn. So that would be interesting. We will go through day 44 and 45. It will take us maybe 2 hours, I think, to get through this because I will play the recordings, then explain why do they ask questions they know he will answer. I know nothing. I don't recall.
You know what I mean?
I feel you. You're the head of the household. You get to make that decision.
You can't just take everything that I say towards my wife. Then okay, everything you said.
Well, I'm also it's the brother that what I'm saying is it's the brother you're talking to on the phone. She called for you. She called somebody. You're telling him the story.
That's my brother-in-law, Fred Lee.
You're talking to Fred Lee. Okay.
Yes, sir. My brother-in-law, Fred Lee. Which is her sister's old man, O'Shauna.
O'Shauna. Who's that?
O'Shauna Lee husband.
Okay. We got all your stuff? I'm gonna get you back before that shift change, because you know it gets crazy over there at the jail if that place now. All right, Fish, hold it tight, man.
You know what I mean? I bullshit with him on some parts of it. I ain't some bullshit you put with that, you know what I mean? You know, some shit, you know, like I say, the lean and all that, you know, all that shit is true, but we did go on a whole other mission to these guys, you know what I mean? So,
Y'all gotta stop going on these missions.
you know what I mean?
Y'all gotta stop going on all these missions.
I got my own whip, I got my own car, my own house, my own family, my own money, you know what I mean? So, I'll make the decision what the next man is.
Hey, if you still up here, can you go over to my desk and save that, put my name in it and all that? Appreciate it.
I just know those guys are real too, you know what I mean? They're younger than we are.
Yeah, a lot younger.
It ain't shit for them to do something else, you know what I mean, and get away with it.
What, you think they end up robbing you too?
Nah, they'll try me too.
Don't they have like some respect?
$10, $15. They rob $10, $15, so you know what I mean? I ain't,
They're gonna change their whole life for $10, $15.
you know what I mean? So, you know,
They will.
Yeah, no, so I ain't, I don't rob, I hustle for a living, man. You know what I mean? All this shit is coming on to me. That Joe Soft shit with my son is new. Everything coming on this year is new, man. So, you know, shit happens, you know what I mean? You know, I know for sure that if this gonna be the last ride for me, you know what I mean? It's the last ride, you know what I mean?
What's that mean?
For me to get my life together, you know what I mean? You know, I done already prayed, I already made my notion, get my shit together. So this shit come up, you know what I mean?
I feel you.
We family.
All right, let's skip ahead to when he's getting asked questions.
You don't even know if DK's from that neighborhood. Why would he take the chance on?
Like I told my wife on the phone.
Just even land, he shouldn't have did it.
That's a long.
I'm not gonna speak on nothing I don't know.
She just said he was like a victim though.
I didn't realize it was that long. My apologies.
Yeah, that's you.
CA, just now. That was your voice on that recording as well?
I heard it.
Okay. I'd like to go over one other recording. It's not that long. It's about 10, 11 minutes, 12 minutes. And then I'm going to ask you questions about each of these issues. Do you remember a collect call? Remember being taken from the scene to Grady Hospital? Let me repeat this. I apologize. That's a bad question. Do you remember being arrested after fleeing from the police, careening into the wall, running from the police, being struck by the police vehicle? Do you remember that?
I don't remember that.
Okay.
Yeah. The reason here why both the prosecution and the defense are asking this is purely trial regulations. You have to lay a foundation for playing these recordings, which includes asking about every aspect of this. And then you play the recording, just to lay the foundation so that the court can accept your recording as evidence. And it's been long and tedious and absolutely gut-wrenching boring. That's trial. Now, this is exceptionally bad, because in my opinion, this should never have been brought to trial. But they are in trial, and that's how the rules work, the rules of evidence.
And I'm not telling you remember the date, but by any chance, you remember the date September 11, 2013, when that happened, if you remember.
I don't remember nothing from 2013, sir.
Okay. Do you remember?
Okay, let's go ahead.
Remember explaining that you go to court for a probation revocation on Wednesday, September 18, 2013, on some sort of driver's license charge.
I don't remember.
Do you remember talking about?
Yeah, and they keep going, and then they, okay, let's go ahead. Do you remember explaining that you go to court for a probation revocation on Wednesday, September 18, 2013, on some sort of driver's license charge?
Do you remember talking about?
Yeah, and they keep going, and then they, okay, let's go ahead. lost audio. Then they play a recording.
Do you remember me asking you, thanking you for meeting with us and asking if I could play you 2 jail recordings from this time that you were in the Fulton County Jail?
No, sir.
Do you remember?
Yeah, this is because Mr. Bean, throughout the prosecution's questioning, claimed he left that life behind him when he got out of prison in 2017 and doesn't recall anything from that time at all. Here's the issue. He met up with Attorney Steele and Attorney Steele's investigator. They have recordings of a discussion from January of 2023 where Mr. Bean remembers everything. So he's claimed to have no recollection of what happened prior to when he got out of prison. Well, that conveniently, he doesn't remember this specific thing in 2023, which is a year ago. And all of a sudden, yeah, you're a lying liar who lies. But you thought you didn't have to testify when you talked to Attorney Steele. For some odd reason. Yeah.
Remember me playing for you the jail recording that is now marked as Mr. Williams number 205, the one that the jurors just heard, and they could hear it whenever they want during their deliberations. Do you remember me playing that for you?
No, sir.
Do you remember me asking you?
Yeah, and this goes on and on during and then it is the end of the day. And they excuse.
All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, any ministerial inquiry with me?
And then they excuse the jury. And that was trial day 44. And we didn't get any sidebar counters or sidebars. So that, for once. So let's find day 45. And you will not believe me. You will not believe me. Day 45 starts with a sidebar. Which brings our sidebar counter to 107. Yeah, that didn't take long. And Mr. Bean is back on the stand. Okay.
In that jail call, I played for you. I asked you in the car in front of your home with Investigator Martin what you were talking about at different.
Hey, I got raided from Legal Vices. Thank you, Jeff. Thank you so much. Welcome here, and welcome to. You get from one. I know Jeff talked about Virgilio Mendes, and which is good because there are a lot of vile rumors about that case going on, so it's good to hear him clarifying that. Welcome to another crap show. This is the Young Thug RICO Trial. Oh, Jeff is here with the hi and the tortoises. Thank you, Jeff. Thank you. This is trial day number 45. On the stand is Mr. Bean. We are doing a recap of yesterday, so we get caught up with day 46 when allegedly Detective Quinn will take the stand. We have been listening to recordings. Yes, great success. His name is Adrian Bean, Mr. Bean. Mr. Bean have a very convenient amnesia, a very convenient memory loss. He does not recall anything prior to 2017 when he got out of prison. So that for the past 8 trial days during prosecution's questioning, the defense cross-examination, which we are in now, he does not recall. He does not recall his voice on a recording. He does not recall him being in prison more than once. He doesn't recall being charged with crimes. He doesn't recall anything, including Attorney Steele, who you see here, his interview with Mr. Bean in January of 2023. He doesn't remember that either. Isn't that weird? A very, very frustrating testimony. But both the prosecution and the defense needs to ask all these questions, even though they know the answer will be, I don't remember, I don't recall, blah, 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 in order to get the recordings in as evidence, as a rule of evidence. So this is just a recap. So I will speed through parts of it. We will listen to bits of recordings. Then we will listen to the prosecution's rebuttal of the cross-examination. And then also a bit more. Yeah, so we have about, I think I can do this in under an hour, maybe 45 minutes. I don't know. And then we go into trial day number 46 and catch up with the live stream. All right.
Parts of that approximately 12-minute jail call. Do you remember that?
I remember those ones.
Do you remember when I got to the part that states something
I'm
to...
going to object as to that's not an evidence. We don't have any recording of anything in front of us.
Okay, I stand. Your Honor, just rephrase. Do you remember on the recording, you stated they gave us a story to tell? Do you remember that?
Which recording you talking about?
Mr. Williams, number 205.
Thanks.
Yeah. The recordings they are talking about, for you who just joined us, are recordings between Mr. Bean, who I believe was a confidential informant for Detective Quinn at the time, and where Detective Quinn is, as a police officer, he can lie, he can mislead. What he can't do is then fabricate a narrative and put it in his report. And that is what the defense is alleging regarding retired Detective Quinn, I think, is doing. And they do it by playing these recordings, where Mr. Bean tries to explain something. Mr. Quinn has, are you sure? Are you sure it didn't happen this way, Mr. Bean? Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. And Mr. Bean, oh yes, Detective Quinn, of course you're right. That's what happened. I'm so sorry for saying something else. That might not be verbatim, but that is my take on it.
And I'm going to object as to
Oh,
the question answered.
Oh, well,
I'll move the objection.
I already answered that, but okay.
I heard you say you
I
don't.
don't recall.
And do you remember telling Investigator Martin and me that
And while you are here, hit the thumbs up. You all know this. You came in from Jeff. It helps the channel. It helps us overcome the YouTube algorithm to promote my channel. If you haven't subscribed yet, please do. I've been covering this damn case since May of last year. This case, this trial, will probably, definitely last this entire year. And I will do recaps and live streams. Yay!
you were directing it to knowing that law enforcement officers wanted you to put Jeffrey Williams in this case?
I don't recall. I answered that already.
All right. Do you remember then, while we were sitting in the designated areas that we were in Investigator Martin's vehicle?
Objection again, Your Honor, as to facts not in evidence.
I'll stay in the form, just rephrase as to where you, the designated areas.
Okay. Yes, sir. Do you remember, as you were in the back seat, I was in the front passenger seat, Investigator Martin was in the front driver's seat. Do you remember I wanted to play for you a second jail call?
And Your Honor, I'm going to object. If this is at Kroger, it's not anywhere in this recording that we have, so I don't know what evidence he's referring to.
I'm over the objection. Finish your question.
Do you recall that in front of you?
Oh yeah, the prosecution does speaking objections all the time. I think the judge has said stop doing that a handful of times, but the prosecution knows if they keep nagging, this judge will buckle. Oh, and this judge has an emotional support dog behind the judge's chair, because this judge has PTSD since his time in Afghanistan. And in my opinion, maybe he shouldn't take on these big cases then.
Home in the car, Investigator Martin's vehicle, that I wanted to play for you a second jail recording, but couldn't get it to play.
I don't remember the conversation.
Okay. All right. Friday at 6 p.m. Eastern Time, 11 p.m. my time, I will do a drinking game in What the Hale's hearing from January 23rd. Every time the judge says, in the totality of the circumstances, every time he says that, I will take a shot. I might have a drink wheel, so we can spin and see, do I have a shot of gin, a shot of candy shot, whiskey, vodka, or tequila? So that's Friday for you. So put that in your screen. I haven't put that stream up yet. I forgot.
Do you remember then the topic coming up? Maybe we needed Wi-Fi for me to be able to play that recording, and then we were going to go to a nearby place in your area that would have Wi-Fi, and that's how we wound up at the Kroger. Do you remember that?
I don't remember the conversation.
Do you remember leaving Investigator Martin's car and we followed you?
What I'm wearing is a bonnet, and I blame Megan for it. She forced me to get one, or drunk me listens to Megan Fox. So drunk me bought sober me this, because I have very long hair, and it's very gray. And I didn't know bonnets existed, and that actually helps the hair. So now I'm wearing it because I like my hair. Yes, I was very forced, Kathleen. Yes, Melanie, peer pressure. Yeah, Megan and Drunk Me are in cahoots with each other to force me to wear things.
To the Kroger.
I don't know.
You remember at the Kroger, I again, and I'm confident it was me, but I again couldn't download or get that second jail call to play. Do you remember that?
I don't know.
And do you remember then at the Kroger that Investigator Martin and I, when it wouldn't play, I told you that I would try to get it to you if I could get it to play. Do you remember that? It being the second jail call. And you were interested in hearing. Do you remember that?
I don't know.
Do you remember then being asked permission to record a summary of what went on
Objection,
and what
Your
you
Honor,
said?
as to the summary, there's nothing that suggests this is a summary.
Do you remember being asked whether a recording could be made at the Kroger about this topic?
I don't remember the conversation.
And that was introduced, and you heard Mr. Williams number 197. It's now exhibit 197 at the Kroger. You remember hearing that conversation with your voice, Mr. Martin's voice, my voice?
Yeah, I heard you play some. I heard y'all play a lot of stuff.
All right. Now, that's in evidence. So I want to go back, and I'm going to need, with the court's permission, the state's permission, the Honorable Prosecutor Hilton, if you could help me, I think it's 176
Yes.
of the state. I want to go, and we're going to discuss some of the statements that you made. But if you need to clarify anything, and you need other statements or whatever, just let us know. Or other recordings on the jail call or whatever. Do you remember the 17th day of, I believe it's a Tuesday, the 17th day of September 2013, being in the Fulton County Jail, being housed in the Fulton County Jail?
I don't remember.
Do you remember, while in the Fulton County Jail, you didn't want to be there, you wanted to, which makes sense, you wanted to have freedom and be home with your family and friends and work?
For you who just joined and is seeing this for the first time, Mr. Bean has been on the stand 8 days. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 days. And this is his answer to almost every question. But rules of evidence, they have to ask him in order to get the evidence in. And the evidence is recordings between him and Detective Quinn, between him doing jailhouse calls to his wife and stuff like that. And also a recording of the interview Mr. Steele, the attorney for Jeffrey Williams, an investigator, and Mr. Bean. So they recorded a discussion or an interview, which Mr. Bean also have no recollection of.
That true?
I don't recall, sir.
Do you remember, you know who Detective Quinn is?
I don't remember, sir.
All right. Do you remember a gentleman who identified himself as Detective Quinn having you brought down from your area in population at the Fulton County Jail to the, what's called the Sally Port, but it doesn't matter. It's an area where vehicles are, for police can get in and out of a secured area at the Fulton County Jail. Do you remember meeting Detective Quinn in that area?
I don't remember, sir.
Do you remember Detective Quinn explaining to you that you and he are going to ride in his Taurus vehicle and him telling you where it is? Do you remember all that?
Your Honor,
We played it.
I want to object to my question asked and answered. This formed the basis for the playing of the entire
I'll sustain
X176.
objection.
When you met with Detective Quinn, he read you your Miranda rights, true?
Your Honor, again, I'm going to object, asked and answered. He played the tape.
Go ahead. Do you know what Miranda rights are? And if you don't, that's fine.
No, sir.
Okay. Do you remember being told that you have certain rights?
Yeah, Mr. Bean claims to not knowing what Miranda rights are. Mr. Bean, up until 2017, for a good decade, was a career criminal. I think he knows what Miranda rights are.
Like everybody, you did not have to speak with him. Do you remember that?
Yeah, objection asked and answered. On direct, on trial.
I didn't ask it ever before.
Say again, sir?
I didn't ask that question ever before.
Come over with objection.
Do you recall?
What you say it again?
That's fine. Do you remember waiving certain rights? You didn't have to speak with Detective Quinn. Do you remember that?
I don't remember.
But on the 17th day of September of 2013, you had an agenda. Is that fair to say?
Objection, Your Honor. Argumentative. That's not an evidence. It's just improper
I'm
question.
not sustaining questions before. We can rephrase it.
You wanted to meet with Detective Quinn to tell him information that you wanted him to know about this incident with Mr. Dotson or Dirty Red and the police officer and the driving the car slamming into the laundromat. You had an agenda. Is that true?
Objection, compound question.
I'm over with objection. Answer the question.
I don't remember the conversation I had with Teddy Quinn.
And your agenda, if you had one,
I'm going to
was
object because he's
I'm
now.
saying that's the point.
your goal was to get out of jail and to get your blood cousin, I believe, Fred Prothero, out of trouble and out of jail. Is that true?
No, sir. Me and Perthero is not kin. No kin, sir.
That's
He's
fine.
not my cousin.
Okay, let me ask it differently. Your goal, and I'll ask you two questions, was to help yourself out, your liberty, to get out of custody by speaking with Detective Quinn. That's one of your goals, right? On September 17, 2013. Is that true?
No, sir.
And your other goal was to assist Fred Prothero from being in trouble with criminality. Is that true?
I don't know.
Okay, so you went into this meeting with Detective Quinn that's memorialized in State's Exhibit number 176.
Matt said, could the state not stipulate to all these recordings coming in and then save the court a week of time? They could. They don't. They only want bits and pieces and parts of evidence that suits them in. The defense wants the entire recordings in because rule of completion and stuff like that. The prosecution doesn't want it in because it's ruining their case. Assistant District Attorney Love, here in the light green jacket, is doing this all the time. And she does it because sooner or later the judge will buckle. Several times during this trial, she got him to change his mind about a ruling. Several times the judge has yelled at the defense in front of the jury, only for an hour or a day later admitting the defense was right. So yeah, this is a cluster F of a trial.
With a plan to mitigate, that's a bad word, to lessen,
Objection, facts not in evidence.
this is his state of mind
I'm
at
over
the
with
time,
objection.
to lessen any type of punishment or charges on you and Mr. Prothero, right?
I don't remember.
In fact, do you remember explaining to Detective Quinn at various parts of State's Exhibit 176, and we'll play them again, that you asked for, the word you used was slack for you and Big Fred or Mr. Prothero. Do you remember that?
I don't remember, sir. I mean, you can play it with Kokomo or somebody. I'll play it.
Okay, well, Mr. Kokomo, he will play it. All right. I would like,
Fun fact about Mr. Bean. He works for a contractor who has contract with the city of Atlanta. How did a convicted felon get a job with a contractor who has a contract with the city? maybe as a thank you for a job well done. But the prosecutor doesn't care, and the defense definitely doesn't care.
I would like to go through some of this then with you. If the state doesn't mind, and you may have to share with me at some point.
Okay.
All right, Mr. Bean, I'm going to ask you, with the Honorable President, District Attorney Hilton's assistance. You started out with being driven from the Fulton County Jail to the homicide office, not far away, here in Atlanta. Do you remember that? And I'm talking, this is all about September 17, 2013.
As to the line of question regarding the memory, asked and answered, he has said he doesn't remember it.
Well, he didn't answer the question.
He can't, so.
He can't anticipate, and he can, in my opinion, but I'll reserve that. I apologize.
I don't want to move on, Mr. Chair, let's move on, okay?
Let's start at time 716. And, I apologize, Your Honor, this is already in evidence. This is state's number 176.
Okay, what time is it?
7-1.
Do that.
I messed up. The time is 7:16. Yes, sir. If you could listen to this,
Do
Mr.
that. There's a medical charges on for me. But so that's all I wanted you to know before we even get started. So, your wife's like a nice lady, though.
I'm straight up to 35 years. I'm gonna tell you a little bit about myself. I ain't no school.
Okay.
You know what I mean? And I don't believe in lying. You know what I mean? That's why I went here today with my name. I told them who I was. You know what I mean? Even though I knew I had fruit one.
But we're not going to talk.
Your Honor, stopped at 7:34. Mr. Bean, do you hear your voice telling Detective Quinn, I don't believe in lying? Do you remember hearing that just now?
No, I don't know what I told.
You didn't hear that?
I don't know what I told.
All right. Then it's 14:17, if you don't mind.
Anything about
The state has originally had 770 witnesses. The judge told them trim it down. They claimed, okay, we have trimmed it down to 400. Since then, they have added on a bunch. To this date, March 20th of 2024, the trial started 3.5 months ago, and the prosecution has called 40 witnesses. That leaves around 360 witnesses, and at this rate, with roughly 10 witnesses a month, this trial will go to 2027. Yay! I'm so happy I told everybody I would cover this case gavel to gavel. I'm so happy. Yeah, so I really need you to press that thumbs up at least, because darn it, I deserve it. And if you have $3 laying around, become a member. That will help keep this channel afloat.
some special investigations? An officer shooting his gun that I got called in, I wouldn't even be called.
Your Honor,
That's why I was letting them know. I really don't know what you.
Your Honor, it's now at 14. Well, wait a minute.
We are down to 15 euros.
It's going to be 14:17 approximately.
Up the screen to holler at this other dude. Next thing you know, he hop out the car and five shots go going there at once. So I don't, you know what I mean? Just everything just happened so quick at one time where it just, it just throw me all the way out to. I don't know what's going on. I was thrown out. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah. That's why I was letting them know. I really don't know what's going on. Everything happened so quick.
Well, that's all I want is what you said. I'm gonna tell you what they said. I'm talking about. I mean, just for the record, how many motherfuckers in the car?
That's 14.
This is oh no, where did it go? Yeah, as Valerie says, this is a RICO trial. In this RICO trial, there are underlying acts under a RICO charge. The prosecution is bringing 196 underlying acts, as in these are crimes they allege the people of the YSL gang committed in furtherance of YSL as a criminal enterprise. 196. Those span from drug dealing, shootings, robberies, lesser crimes, all the way up to a murder charge. One of the defendants who is left here, Mr. Nichols, I believe, is only mentioned once in one of them. Mr. Young Thug, Mr. Williams, is a part of about 20% of them. Others are from people who pled out, admitted to the charges and stuff like that. So what is happening in this RICO trial is all or most of those 196 underlying acts must be litigated within this trial. Thank you, Vince Clotho, for gifting a membership, and it got to Flux! And thank you, Becca Lynn, for your $20 super chat. I love you, Niklas. Me loves too. Me loves too. Whee! Thank you so much. Oh, let's continue.
31. And by the way, I stopped it, but you answered that question 4. You answered the number.
Stop it. Stop. Not the will of doom.
I don't object whether that was a question or a testimony from Mr. Steele. Let it play with it.
All right. So you hear, that's why I'm letting them know that I don't really know what's going on. Everything happened so fast. You remember hearing that?
I heard it. I don't remember the conversation.
And the them is from 6 days before when you spoke with law enforcement. True?
I don't know.
Have you ever seen a report of you speaking with law enforcement on the day of this incident, September 11, 2013?
What's what's going on here? The defense argues that Mr. Bean was interviewed by law enforcement in the hospital. There should be a recording or a report on this. The prosecution last week, or before the 1 week break, claimed Mr. Bean was never at that hospital. We came back after the break, and all of a sudden, the prosecution says, yes, he was there, but he wasn't interviewed by law enforcement. There's no evidence of it. And the defense says, well, we already know at least one of your officers is deleting recordings of statements he does not like. So if that's the case, how do we know the cops will be truthful about the interview? Because there are no recording of his interview and no notes. There is an unfinished draft of a report that indicates an interview took place at the hospital by a cop interviewing Mr. Bean. So all of this from the defense is about that, proving or at least getting through to the jurors that these are bad cops. And that's why we can't actually show you the recording. Oh, Becca Lynn gifted 5 memberships. Thank you so much. And it went to great success, Atheist Ant, Captain Z, Mary Fawcett, and Katie P. All of you who are gifted memberships, you now have access to all my members-only content. There are a lot of hours. I'm posting stuff on a weekly basis at least for members only content. And you also will have a link to my Discord. Yay! Thank you so much, Becca Lynn. I really, really appreciate it. Thank you so much.
I don't remember.
Did you ever hear a recording of you speaking with law enforcement on September 11, 2013?
Say what now?
Did you ever hear a recording of you speaking with law enforcement on September 11, 2013?
So just when I got in this courtroom.
September 11th.
When I got in this courtroom.
So who showed that to you?
You said what?
I'm talking about when you spoke with the police.
You said that I hear it.
Yeah, when you spoke with the police on September 11, 2013, you said at the hospital. Did you ever hear?
That's not an evidence.
It's in the recording of Mr. Williams' number.
I'm a sustained objection. You got to kind of orient into that bigger stuff.
Do you remember explaining in Mr. Williams' number 205, exhibit number 205?
Is that the recording of Mr. Steele talking to Mr.?
Oh, it's 197. Sorry, Your Honor. Thank you. 197 at the Kroger. Do you remember explaining that at the hospital you spoke with law enforcement? I'm asking you, have you ever heard a recording of you and the detective or officers or whomever
Your Honor,
at that hospital?
To this compound statement then question.
Your Honor.
Mr. Steele is testifying. Objection.
Your Honor, I am entitled to that recording, summary, report. I have nothing.
In terms of form, she's correct. I'm a sustained objection. So you are going to have to break it down a little bit.
Have you ever heard a recording of your conversation with the authorities, whomever, at the hospital on September 11, 2013?
And Your Honor, that's where I'm going to object, because
Basis.
again,
What's the basis?
assumes facts that are not in evidence.
It's on,
Period.
it's what
And
Mr.
Your Honor, I want to object because based on what Mr. Steele, the recording Mr. Steele.
Yeah, this is the prosecution says there are no such recordings. They are not in evidence. He cannot refer to them. Mr. Steele is desperately trying to explain to the court there are references to that recording in other recordings. But this judge is very firm at this point in time on not allowing those questions because he believes there is not enough foundation laid to it. Yes, and yes, Valerie. These speaking objections from the prosecution is very annoying. Here's the thing. It is in front of the jury, who now have heard there are references to a recording being made on September 11th, 2013. I hope they are taking note of this, because every time the prosecution says it doesn't exist, and we kind of know there has to be one, we know that Detective Velasquez admitted on the stand under oath he deletes stuff. And thank you again to Becca Lynn for another 5 gifted memberships. Thank you so much. It was gifted to Been There, Done That, Kathleen, Salty Dog 78, Lynn Dalton, and Rossman Ranch. Everybody who got one, give a big thanks to Becca Lynn. Thank you so much.
Still providing me, that is not what is being said.
That is exactly what
It
it
is
said.
not.
I'm a sustained objection.
Your Honor, Mr. Bean just said it, 1417. That's why I was letting them know I really don't know what's going on.
He did not.
For them, it is what I'm getting at is he spoke with the police before. I don't have anything from the district attorney's office or law enforcement. I have nothing. I'm asking the witness if he has heard anything, seen anything. That's my
Your Honor,
question.
you're just assuming facts that are not in evidence.
I'm not assuming any fact. I'm asking.
I'll overrule that objection. You've been asking that question.
Have you heard any recording from your meeting with the detectives, officers, whomever, from September 11, 2013?
I don't know.
Have you seen any report memorializing, that's a bad word, summarizing your conversation with law enforcement on September 11, 2013?
I don't remember.
All right. If you can help me. 1922.
anything in any recording referencing back to a recording made September 11th. That is quite crucial for the defense, because that would mean that a cop erased it, deleted it, hid it, or mistakenly erased it. Doesn't matter. There should be a recording, and it's not there.
So, what's your change? All right, brother. Take your time. Take your time. Ooh, watch yourself. Let me know about your injury. I know you got a few injuries. Okay. All right. I also want to. I got to make note of all your injuries. I want you to tell me. I have to take pictures of them too. Did they do that first day at Grady, or they didn't take pictures of them? I got to get a picture. All right, I'll take some more pictures of them because I want to be able to show if you're saying what happened to you. I need.
It's 1957, Your Honor, stop. Mr. Bean, do you hear then Detective Quinn asking when you were taken on the first day to Grady whether photographs were taken of your injuries? And you said you don't know, you don't remember something.
I can't hear. I still don't remember the conversation.
All right. And Grady, do you know Grady is a hospital here in Atlanta? Are you familiar with that?
Yeah, Grady, around the corner.
I couldn't hear you.
Grady's around the corner.
Okay. And that's where you were taken from the scene on September 11, 2013. You were taken by law enforcement to Grady Hospital. Is that true?
I don't remember.
All right. Okay. 40, if you don't mind, 4327.
No, it had a.
Come find some shots or something. Shots go out. When he come back, I'm looking at me like, what the hell going on? Like, what the fuck you shooting for? What you shooting at? You know what I'm saying? Keep them till I realize.
I'm listening.
You know, what the fuck you shooting at? Why'd you shoot? So then he had me call, go. So now he can pull out, now he go, Taurus, pull up. And when I pull out,
What Taurus?
it's like a black Taurus, blue.
Was it like that shit when you drove up in here?
It's on the Taurus.
All right. When I picked you up,
I go around the car, whatever, no around.
Wait a minute, you went.
Did you catch that? Let's listen again in normal speed.
All right. When I picked you up,
I go around.
The one I picked you up in. They are referring to September 11th there, I believe. And that is Detective Quinn saying the one I picked you up in. Is it enough? I don't know.
I go around the car, whatever, no around.
Wait a minute, you went around the car because I see this damage on the police car. They saying they got hit by your car. Do you remember that?
No, I went around the car. I go around.
What was the Taurus doing?
I go around.
Yeah, it's 4350, stop. Mr. Bean, earlier the jurors just heard you telling Detective Quinn that you don't believe in lying. And just then you're telling Detective Quinn you went around a police or the car. You remember that?
I heard something you just played. I still don't remember the conversation.
That is a lie, right?
Your Honor, I'm going to object as to the form of the question, argumentative badgering.
I sustain the objection.
Is that a truthful statement that you did not ram that police car?
I don't remember.
Now, you ramming a police car is not beneficial to you, is it? It's not good for your liberty, is it?
I don't remember.
And your mission was to
Objection,
out
an
of
answer
custody.
about a mission.
I sustain the objection.
40, if you, can you help me out when you get to 4402.
Go straight across the
The parking, you bagged in. So this is the front of the car. You bagged in?
I'm back in. Car's coming like this right here, stop. By right in there, about 2 car lengths up.
Okay.
Okay, cool. I pulls out. As I pulls out, cops already right there with the gun. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
I go around like this right here. So I go around like this right here. As I go around like this, the cop car hit me. Bump the tail of the car like that right there. I goes out. They shoot.
Your Honor, it's 4417 stop. You hear there where you tell Detective Quinn, after claiming you don't believe in lying, that the police car, it says cop car, hit you in your car. Do you realize that? That's not a truthful statement, is it?
I got some plan, but I still don't know.
All right. Can you help me with 4436 when you get a chance?
And thank you so much for the donation via PayPal. Thank you so much. That is an alternative for you who want to support this channel, but at the same time don't want to see YouTube take their cut. You can do it via PayPal. It's pinned on the top of the chat. And thank you, Wendell. I don't know who you are in the chat, but thank you so much. I know the email, but I will not say what the email is. Yeah, let's just say that because, yeah. Oh, yeah. This is my American PO box. I have one of those, which makes it easy because if you were to send me stuff to Sweden, it will cost 3 times as much to just send it here. Instead, if a cat toy or something, you can send it via my PO box. Then I can collect everything and ship it here much, much cheaper. And with all the customs and all the things done. Oh, who is Mr. Jingles? Mr. Jingles is my cat, who you see here in a Viking helmet and a suit. He shows up once in a while during my streams by jumping up on the back of my chair. And he also likes to scratch my legs. He also likes to chew on my headphone cord. He's a bit of an asshole, but he's my cat. He's my farm cat. He runs this channel. I'm just here.
What you talking about?
I talked about around. He driving and all like that right there, which I was driving. Before when they
Back then, you almost landed on. So you were driving the car.
Yes, sir.
There was
A lot of the detectives when they first came to me, I told
What you talking?
that's probably the lies you talking about.
What you talking about?
I told them that Big Fred was driving and all like that right there, which I was driving.
Now that is Mr. Bean saying he was interviewed by cops at the time of this event, September 11th, 2013. Where is that interview?
Big Fred was the passenger. DK was behind me, and Young Thug was behind Big Fred.
Young Thug is
Right.
Wait a minute. So Young Thug.
You can keep going if you don't mind. Well, Your Honor, it stopped at 4459, but I just asked President Hilton to continue. I apologize.
What's he this big Fred? Because he's like 6'8", 354 pounds. He was sitting in the back seat.
In the front with me.
Okay, so I mean,
It stopped, Your Honor, at 4511. Sir, did you hear your voice on this recording that states exhibit number 176, explaining to Detective Quinn, yes, sir, I lied to the detectives when they first came and talked to me. I told them that's probably the lies you're talking about. Did you hear that?
That's some big ass ears. I can hear. I still don't remember the conversation though.
And you're referring to the detectives that you spoke with on September 11, 2013, right?
I don't recall.
Have you any document, recording, anything to show what was said between you and the detectives on September 11, 2013? Have you ever seen anything like that?
Oh, God.
And you told the detectives more than just Big Fred was the driver. Well, excuse me, Mr. Fred Prothro, also known as Big Fred, was the driver, right? In your conversation with the detectives on September 11, 2013.
I just heard you play something, but I don't recall.
You're not telling the court, the jury, or anybody who's observing that the detectives came in and said just, who's the driver, and then walked away, are you?
I don't remember.
The conversation was more robust. The police want to know who was in the car, right?
I don't remember.
Do you remember the police asking you, or did they ask you, how many people were in that car at the time?
I don't recall.
Do you remember, I know it's a long time ago, do you remember the name of the detective or the other officers who interviewed you at the hospital on?
Objection, Your Honor. Facts not in evidence. There's no interview at the hospital.
It's on.
Yeah, that is so infuriating. Over and over again, in these recordings, Mr. Bean is referring to a prior statement to cops. The prosecution says facts not in evidence, and the judge sustains it. I don't get it. It is said in the recording by Mr. Bean that he spoke to cops at the scene or at the hospital. And I understand why this is infuriating for Attorney Steele, because this should be allowed. They should be able to ask questions and refer to a recording or a report that no longer exists. And if it no longer exists, it is because one or more cops at the time decided to erase it.
Do you remember the name of the detective or detectives or officers or authorities that you interviewed with or interrogated by on September 11, 2013?
I don't remember.
Do you remember?
It'd be hard for me trying to remember conversation stuff, so I don't remember.
Do you remember what any of those law enforcement officers looked like that you spoke with on or about September 11, 2013?
No, sir.
Do you know if they were a man or a woman or men and women? Do you remember?
No, sir.
Now, in this State's Exhibit 176, you make it clear that you're trying to help out not only yourself, but Fred Prothro, or get slack or lesser punishment or not get charged. You realize that?
That's something y'all played.
And here, you are specifically telling the detective that Fred Prothro was not the driver. You wanted to make sure that he's not the driver, right? But you're trying to help him too, right?
I don't remember.
But originally, are you close, or were you close with Fred Prothro?
Objection asked and answered multiple times.
Originally, you put another human being who was not driving that car as the driver of the car to the detectives on September 11, 2013. Why did you do that?
I don't remember.
Why would you put an innocent party as the driver of that car that almost killed a police officer? Okay. All right. I think. Did you hear the description in September 2013 that Detective Quinn gave about Mr. Prothro? The 6 foot.
I don't remember.
6 foot 8 tall.
We playing stuff, but I don't remember.
All right. Well, let's go by your knowledge.
I was long as bad. I can't remember it.
Well,
I can't even speak on it. I don't remember.
let's just try it. The gentleman you're referring to is Big Fred. Fred Prothro. Is he approximately 6 foot 8 inches tall from your observation?
I can't recall, sir.
Do you know whether in 2013 September he was approximately 350 pounds?
No, sir.
You don't remember?
I don't know how big the guy is, sir. I can't tell you his pound, his weight, his size.
On September 11th, 2013, when you're driving that 2004 Nissan Altima maroon or red burgundy vehicle, were you wearing any type of hair on your head?
Thank you to Nana Misty. Gifted 5 memberships. Thank you so much. It went to Steve Keach, Tammy Bogard, Stephanie Bland, Lady Star, and Jay Cares. Thank you, you who got it. Big thank you to Nana Misty. And you have now access to all my members-only content. And there's many, many hours of it. I record stuff every now and then, and I just put it up. Where by the sea, where I like to collect my thoughts, the renovations of the farm itself, stuff like that. And once in a while, I do a members-only stream. So you get access to all of that. Thank you so much, Nana. That's very, very nice of you. Now, see, Vince Clotho says he doesn't trust PayPal. Cash App is gold, is good. I can't. I'm not in the United States. I can't use Cash App, sadly. I have a thing called Buy Me a Coffee, which GD puts the link up once in a while. So there are alternatives you can choose via YouTube, via PayPal, or the Buy Me a Coffee thingy. So that's the alternatives at this moment. Thank you so much.
No, sir.
And was your hair similar to the hair, of the appearance on your head that you have today? Isn't it true that you had no hair on your head on September 11, 2013?
I don't remember.
All right, Your Honor, with the court's permission and the President District Attorney's permission, if you could just continue. So, Your Honor, it would continue from 4511, if that's okay.
I got the C-track.
The reason why they are talking about hair, it's not because of me or Megan. It is because at the time they were looking for a large-chested African-American woman with a blonde wig. The prosecution claims that the Detective Quinn tried to make it into, oh, they must have seen Mr. Williams, who at the time was 6'3" and 135 pounds. I assure you, even as the whitest man on the planet, I could tell the difference between a 6'3", 135-pound man and a large-chested African-American woman. Yes, Jeff, they were looking for you. Hi, Jeff. But after the interview on September 16th or 17th with Detective Quinn, all of that changed. They no longer was looking for a large-chested woman. All of a sudden, by Mr. Bean's interview with Detective Quinn, they were starting to focus on young thug, Mr. Williams, by the suggestion of Detective Quinn. Because somehow, somewhere, they wanted him placed in that car. And Mr. Bean, at the time, provided that statement. After suggestions, innuendos, and outright lies from Detective Quinn.
176, same.
Said Big Fred was driving. All right, we got that cleared up. That was in the beginning.
Yeah. I told a free bullshit lie. I ain't gonna keep shit with you. Make people all the way lie, man. You know what I'm saying?
Big Fred.
You know, I told the police officer, everything just happened so fast that none of this is even supposed to occur. When the man just come on from prison.
So what about the guy with the money?
Sir?
again, as I told the guy at the time, referring to September 11th, 2013, there is, in my opinion, an abundance of evidence through this recording and other recordings that Mr. Bean left statements to a or more cops at the time, in my opinion. But prosecution keeps saying facts not in evidence because there is no recording, there is no report. And the defense tries to explain, if Mr. Bean says so on this recording, that must mean there should be.
What about this guy with the money?
Okay, so it's 40, stop, Your Honor, 45, 47. And this is all State's Exhibit 176. Sir, do you remember explaining that you told a few bullshit lies? Ain't gonna keep shit with you. I'm gonna keep it all the way live, man. You hear that?
I don't remember.
And you're talking about,
You're not going to object to the response from the witness. The question was asked, did he hear that?
Okay, so what's your objection?
My objection is it's not responsive, Your Honor.
Overruled objection.
and then did you hear you announce on the recording just played, you know what I'm saying? You know, I told the police officer that everything.
Thank you to Vince Clotho for buying me a coffee. Thank you so much. That's very, very sweet of you. I very much appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Happened so fast that none of this was even supposed to occur. You hear that?
I still don't remember, sir.
And you're referring to the police officer that you spoke with on September 11, 2013, that none of us have any idea what was said. Right?
Your Honor, I'm going to object. I don't even know what the last part was.
Objection.
That's what you're referring to, right?
Your Honor, I'm going to object.
Standing objection.
You're referring to.
Yeah, sometimes it's more important to get the question out, even if it's objected to and sustained. Because he puts the idea into the jury's mind. You can't put the toothpaste back into the tube, you can't put the horse shit back into the horse, and you can't unfuck a clusterfuck.
To the conversation you had with officer or officers, whomever, someone with the authorities on September 11, 2013, right? That's what you're referring to.
I don't remember.
Do you recall not putting Jeffrey Williams in the car during your September 11, 2013 meeting with the detective?
Your Honor, I'm going to object as to facts not in evidence.
He's right here, Your
Your
Honor.
Honor, he said,
Objection, still, Mr. Steele. You can rephrase it, you can do whatever else that you may think that may put him on the path to answer that question.
Did you tell the detective on September 11, 2013, when you met with them, that Jeffrey Williams was or was not in that car?
Oh, God.
Did you tell the detective on September 11, 2013, that there were 3 people in that car?
I don't remember what I told. I don't remember. I don't remember.
And you.
That is kind of important because in the midst of everything, he makes statements like this. Let's go back.
I don't remember what I told. I don't remember.
I don't remember what I thought or what I said or what I told them. Stuff like that in the midst of everything.
Who? I don't remember.
And you made yourself not the driver on September 11, 2013 to the detective. Right? That we know.
I don't remember the conversation that I had
Your Honor, I'm
on
going to
1013.
object because Mr. Steele is testifying and his words are not evidence.
I stand objection. Mr. Steele, let's move on.
If you could.
Alabama Rose. I understand. No. Sorry, Get Black With Me says, I can't understand why Steele didn't just ask him if the statement was true or false instead of asking if he remembers. Mr. Bean will say, I don't recall, I don't remember. and it will be objected by the. So that is why Mr. Steele is trying to move around, ask different kind of questions, rephrasing and stuff like that, just to get something, to get the recordings and use the recordings as evidence of there was an interview on September 11th, 2013.
Play at 1 hour, 00 minutes, 58 seconds.
Hey, what's Thug? That shows truth. Hold on. Okay.
Yeah, what you are hearing now is Detective Quinn playing a recording to Mr. Bean from a jailhouse call. Yeah, we are doing all the inception here. We are listening to an old recording of a recording.
You said one of the niggas in the back shot Big Cub by accident. How many shots did you hear in the car?
And also, I heard like 2 shots with you. You know what I'm saying? Hold on. All the other shit I'm saying.
Hold on.
You know, I got a little hype.
Hold up.
Stopped at 1:01:42. Mr. Bean, do you recall on that recording that excerpt that we just played, you are actually being played recorded jail calls that you made from the Fulton County Jail by Detective Quinn? Do you realize that? Did you hear that?
I heard you play some.
And you interjected with Detective Quinn, "I'm lying to them now," meaning on the jail recorded call, you're saying you're lying to your wife and your brother-in-law. Right? That's what you said on the recording to Detective Quinn, right?
I don't remember.
And you said that, I gotta add a little more hype to it with my wife and them. Remember hearing that just now?
Sir, just play something.
Mr. Bean, tell the jury, when you're on a recorded jail call, why would you have to add hype to your wife and them unless you were doing it for the police who listened to the calls?
Objection, Your Honor, to the form.
That's a proper.
No.
Tell the jury, why do you need to lie to your wife and other people on a recorded jail call about this incident?
I don't remember.
Well, your wife and this other person or people on recorded jail calls, they can't give you any leniency they can't give you any reduced charges or reduced time in prison, can they?
Nobody has.
Well, we'll get to that in a minute. You actually got a very low sentence for 2 cases.
Your Honor, objection to
I sustain the question, Mr. Chief.
and Your Honor, I ask the court to admonish Mr. Steele to not testify and object.
Let me take care of that, Mr. Ms. Love.
Mr. Bean, you have been in the Fulton County Jail various times before September 11th, 2013. Is that fair to say?
I don't remember how many times I've been locked up, sir.
I could not hear you. I apologize.
I don't remember how many times I've been in Fulton County Jail, sir.
But you knew in the Fulton County Jail when you were there in September 2013 that your jail calls are recorded, right?
I don't remember.
And you
Also think, is that his tactic? Is there a reason for it? Everything we are listening to now is an attempt for Mr. Steele to get evidence enough of an actual interview taking place on September 11th, 2013. The prosecution claims there is none because he was never interviewed. And that is what Mr. Steele is trying to get out of this witness. Even though he keeps saying, I don't remember, Mr. Steele needs this in order to play more recordings. And it is infuriating because it's about the rule of evidence, how to get them into a trial. And in my opinion, Mr. Steele is way beyond what is needed. But the prosecution objects and the judge sustains it. So Mr. Steele needs to get more information through different kind of questioning. And it's slow, it's infuriating, it's a waste of time, but here we are.
Also knew that prosecutors with the Fulton County District Attorney's Office and police officers, the City of Atlanta Police Department, as well as others, listened to these calls, right?
No, sir.
You knew on September 11th, 12th, 13th, 14th, 15th, 16th, going into 17th, that you had an audience with the police by talking on those jail calls, right?
Your Honor, I'm going to object. This assumes facts that are certainly not in evidence.
He's right here, Your Honor.
That's a staying objection to the state's basis.
You knew that law enforcement, whomever they are, district attorney's office or police, listened to your calls, right?
Objection, Your Honor, that again assumes facts that are not in evidence.
He's right here. There's no assumption of anything.
Any objection?
Jailhouse calls are recorded. Jailhouse calls are listened to. I don't understand how that is not a fact in evidence. They already played the jailhouse call.
Sir, you can ask him a question.
Did you know that the police were listening to your calls that were recorded from the Fulton County Jail in September of 2013?
I don't remember, sir.
If you can.
Yeah, and it's more of this. I will go forward to this because this is interesting.
Mr. Kokomo, display, with the court's permission, Jeffrey Williams exhibit number 144. It's already in evidence.
All right, sir.
Mr. Bean, it's going to come up on the screen to your left when you get a chance to see if you can look at that photograph and see if you can orient yourself to it. And I want to ask you some questions. Do you see in Mr. Williams number 144 the vehicle that you were driving on September 11th, 2013, juxtaposed, or that's a terrible word, close to the white building with the green in this picture color awning? Do you see that?
I see a picture.
Okay. And are you familiar with this area?
I don't remember, sir.
All right. I want to talk about jumping over the wall. Do you see on the, looking at the picture in Mr. Williams 144, to the right, there seems to be what I'm calling a retaining wall, whatever you want to call it is fine. Do you see that?
See it like you said.
Okay. And I'd like to show you and ask Mr. Kokomo to zoom in all the way to the building under the awning. Do you see there's part of a fence? It's behind the red post. And do you see all the way up to the wall?
If you look at that fence, you see it's also barbed wire and everything. The prosecution claims that Mr. Young Thug and another person jumped those fences. And I know there are ways to avoid barbed wire, but if you're chased down by law enforcement, you really don't have time to find a blanket. You really don't have time to toss the t-shirt or the jacket. And there are no traces of anybody jumping that barbed wired fence at all, because nothing was collected. Ta fucking da.
Of the building. Do you know that building to be a laundromat by any chance?
I don't remember.
All right. And do you see that there is what I call razor wire all the way from the fence to the wall in that first part of this, Mr. Williams on 144. You see that?
I see it.
You're familiar with razor wire or barbed wire? Is that fair to say?
I don't know what razor wire and barbed wire is.
One more time.
I know what it is.
Okay. And have you ever climbed over razor wire or barbed wire?
I don't remember.
Have you ever seen anyone, a human being or an animal, climb over razor wire or barbed wire and touch it?
Have I ever seen an animal climb over?
Or a person?
No.
And then, using Mr. Kokomo, the fence continues, and do you see where there's what I'm calling like a garbage disposal area? Do you see that? Or surrounded by what looks like to be a gate and cement?
I see a picture.
Okay. And then above it and next to that garbage area, do you see the fence continuing from the fence that we already talked about that was touching the white building? Mr. Kokomo can go back. Yeah, you see that? The fence continues and it actually gets higher. Do you see that?
Yeah, I see the picture.
And do you see on towards the top of that fence, do you see again razor wire or barbed wire there?
Yeah, I see the picture.
All right. Now, just continuing along that fence line, do you see at the same height of that fence, do you see more razor wire or barbed wire? And if Mr. Kokomo can blow it up.
I don't know what that is.
You don't see? Okay. Mr. Kokomo, blow that up, please. Is that it? Okay. That's fine if you don't know what it is, but do you see the posts that come and extend from the fence in Mr. Williams number 144 as Mr. Kokomo is showing it now?
I see the picture.
Okay. And on where the fence stops, do you see there's approximately 3 lines going across all the way of that fence? Do you see that?
Is you talking about them power lines over here?
No, I don't believe so.
At the top?
Well,
Because the fence with the barbed wire is at the bottom. You talking about them power lines over there at the top?
not at the top of the building. No, not the black.
Oh,
power line.
the power line right there. Look at the picture. You telling me to look at the picture. You see the power line? That's a power line going down through there.
Well, let's make sure we're looking at the same thing. Do you see on the building, and this is where Mr. Kokomo has it, do you see that there's a color, there's a change color where it's lighter and then it gets darker for about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, maybe 5 approximately cinder blocks. Do you see that? And Mr. Kokomo can point it out if he doesn't mind. A little above it. No, on the building, the color change. Go up, right there. You see that? See the color change?
What the barbed wire fence at?
Where the hand is. You see that?
Yeah, there's
Okay.
barbed wire going across there.
The barbed wire. Is that what you just said?
The fence, the top barbed wire.
Barbed wire. Okay, that's what I was asking you. Okay. And then that barbed wire extends all the way to the right. Do you see that? Mr. Williams, number 144.
Kokomo, put your thing on there. Okay. You gotta show me. Describe me what you're talking about.
You see where Mr. Kokomo is circling with the hand? You see that? You see the continuation of what you call barbed wire? You see that, right? And I'm just asking you. You
That's
see
it.
Okay. And then if Mr. Kokomo continues, you see the barbed wire continues? Yes or no?
And for you who wonder, today's trial haven't started yet. It should have started already, but it hasn't. We have been waiting. I mean, it's so immensely stupid. Immensely stupid. The amount of waste of time from this court and this judge. This trial day today should have started a long time ago. But it doesn't. And I'm trying to check here. No, the last thing reported on is what happened on the end of yesterday with that envelope that was handed to both the prosecution and the defense. I don't know what it contains. I have no idea whatsoever. I can speculate they did a drug test of Mr. Bean after he did the alleged "I'm so high, I need water" I'm so, yeah.
That's it.
Okay. And then if Mr. Kokomo, and it may run out, this photograph may run out, but we'll have other ones. You see now the fence continues? Can you see that, sir?
Right away. Yeah, I see it.
And then you see on top again of the fence, you see barbed wire.
I see it.
Okay. And then it's a little easier to me, but you testify. You see the tree that Mr. Kokomo is now put in the, kind of to the right of this, Mr. Williams?
Yeah, it goes on for a bit here. Asking about the fence, asking about things. Asking about did somebody really fire shots from the car, or did all shots got into the car? And a theory is that everything in this particular case, now there was a robbery, there was money missing, somebody got shot, but the claim or the innuendo from the defense is that this might have been a bad shooting from the cops. And that is why so much is missing, and everybody relies on Mr. Bean's testimony, who in recordings with Detective Quinn changes quite a bit.
In 13, and if you don't, I could get another picture to give you better orientation.
I'm so sorry. I didn't realize I was muted. I'm so sorry. Yeah, I'm skipping ahead quite a bit. And to get to the rebuttal from the state. And we will play a bit of it because it's so horrifyingly bad.
I'm going to get on this stand and testify, period.
And I told you you need to come to court and follow lawful procedure, right?
We ain't had no more conversation after that. I told you I wasn't coming. I even told Ms. Love I wasn't coming. I didn't want to do this. So.
Your Honor, I'm going to return these. They're not in order, but I was going to give them back to court. I don't have any other questions.
All right, okay.
I have a question.
All right, any other cross? You got about a minute.
Oh. Yeah, let's listen to somebody else.
All right, anybody else? Any redirect from the state?
Yes, Your Honor, just briefly.
All right.
Good afternoon, Mr. Bean.
Just briefly.
Mr. Bean, you've heard a lot of questions on cross-examination regarding the interview that you said you don't recall from 2013. And from an interview with Brian Steele on January 22nd of 2023. Let me ask you this. Was Thug in the room with you when you made that recording that we heard with Detective Quinn?
I don't recall, man.
Have you ever been in a room with Thug while you spoke to a police detective?
No, man, I don't recall.
Okay. So is it no, ma'am? Or is it that you don't?
No, ma'am, I ain't never been in a room with no detective.
Okay. And do you know who Yak Gotti is?
No, ma'am.
All right. So have you ever been in a room with anyone by the name of Diamante Kendrick while speaking to a police detective?
No, ma'am.
Have you ever been in a room with a person by the name of Quay or Marquavius Huey while speaking with a police
Objection,
detective?
Your Honor, relevance.
Debate. I'm a debate relevance. I'm overruled the objection.
Have you ever been in a room with a person, Quay or Marquavius Huey, while speaking with a police detective?
No, ma'am.
Have you ever been in a room with Quay or Cornelius Nichols while speaking with a police detective?
I've never been in a room with nobody, ma'am, but none of these guys.
All right. And so you say none of these guys. I got one more question, a couple more about that. Have you ever been in a room with Lil Rod or Redelius Ryan while speaking with a police detective?
No, ma'am.
What about SB or Shannon Stillwell or Shannon Jackson? Have you ever been in a room with him while speaking with a police detective?
No, ma'am.
And when Brian Steele came up to talk to you, he told you he was Thug's lawyer. Is that right?
I don't remember, ma'am, the conversation.
Do you remember hearing yourself and him on that recording he played for you multiple times and him saying, "I'm Young Thug's lawyer"?
Yeah, I hear it, but I still don't remember.
And Mr. Steele asked you a lot about what you said to Brian Steele and his investigator. Let me ask you this. When they asked you for permission to record, what were they using to record your conversation?
Objection leading.
I overrule the objection.
What were they using to record your conversation?
I don't remember.
Do you remember whether or not they started and stopped that recording while speaking to you?
Mr. Steele, you cannot comment. That is improper. Sir, sir, that is improper. That is improper. You're not examining this witness at this point.
Her questioning here is improper, but Mr. Steele has to object to the question and the commentary as in prosecution is testifying. But the judge allows it at times from the prosecution.
Sir, please be quiet. Sit down. Sit down, sir. Do you have an objection, Mr.?
Yes, assume facts not evidence, no good faith.
I'm overruling the objection.
Oh, really? He overrules that. Her claim was that Mr. Steele started and stopped the recording, disguised as a question. Remember, the judge, every time the prosecution says facts not in evidence, sustained. Facts not in evidence, sustained. Even though Attorney Steele shows it over and over again that Mr. Bean on recordings talks about a prior interview. That gets sustained. But here, boom. Even though the allegation is definitely not in evidence. This is a big part of why this trial is such a clusterfuck. This judge is not suited, in my opinion, for a trial of this magnitude. In my opinion, he's clearly biased. Clearly. My hope, though, is that the jury sees it, and at the end of this trial, they will take 45 minutes to come back with a not guilty on everything, just to make a big fuck you to the prosecution for wasting a year or longer of their time.
Mr. Bean, you may answer the question.
I don't even know the question.
Do you remember whether Mr. Steele or his investigators started that recorder during the course of you all's conversation?
No, I can't recall it.
Do you remember saying that they did to anyone within the DA's office?
Objection leading.
I'll say objection.
Did you ever tell anyone within the DA's office that they did?
I don't remember.
Okay. And when Mr. Steele asked you about being in front of your house in a car with his investigator, were you, Mr. Steele and his investigator, the only people present when you made or did the interview with Mr. Steele and his investigator?
I don't remember.
Was your son there?
I don't remember.
Did you tell anyone with the DA's office that your son was there?
I don't remember.
And while you were speaking with Mr. Steele and his investigator, did Mr. Steele tell you what to say when you came in here today?
Mr. Steele, you've got, I'm sorry. Mr. Steele, you cannot comment, okay?
Yeah, Your Honor, I have an objection. There's no good faith basis to ask that.
I'm going to overrule the objection. All right. And I'll overrule Mr. Steele's objection.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I'm going to object as it seems facts that are not in
I'll
evidence.
overrule your objection. Anybody else? Okay.
I don't remember, man.
Did you tell anyone with the district attorney's office that Mr. Steele told you what to say when you came to court?
How in the absolute fuck is the judge allowing this questioning, this type of questioning. It's, yeah, but I know, Becca Lynn, why object is just going to say, I don't know, I don't remember. Because she plants the idea. As I said earlier, sometimes the question is more important than the answer. Now, in her question, she is making the claim that the defense is manufacturing evidence. That is illegal. So she is more or less accusing the defense of committing crimes during their investigation, and the judge allows her to do it.
I don't recall, man.
Do you recall your son noting, they're telling you what to say, just say it?
I don't recall, man.
Did you tell anyone with the district attorney's office that that occurred?
No, ma'am.
Did you tell anyone with the district attorney's office that someone standing next to you told you to just go ahead and say what they're telling you to say?
No, ma'am.
And do you remember what Mr. Steele asked you on cross? Do you remember explaining that they, meaning the detectives, tried to force Jeffrey Williams or Young Thug into it? Do you remember saying that? And you answered, I think that was something you said, right? Do you remember when that happened on cross-examination last week?
No, I don't remember. I'm asked $1,000, $1 million, one question. I don't remember.
Fair enough. When you were asked and you played this recording by Mr. Steele during cross-examination, was it you or was it Mr. Steele who said, did you tell the police, it is on recording, that Jeffrey Williams was involved in an armed robbery because the police told you to say that so you would get out of trouble? Is that the reason? Was that you or Mr. Steele saying those words?
Objection, Your Honor.
That is so way over the line, because you objected to that question. You got the objection sustained. That means that question is out of bounds. And here you are referring to that question. She's a bitch. Paul Diab, why is this bee so shouty? She always is. Always. She bangs the... You know the saying, if you have the law on your side, argue the law. If you have the facts on your side, argue the fact. If you have neither, bang the desk. She is constantly banging the desk, and the judge lets her do it.
A compound question.
All of those words together.
I'll sustain the objection. I'm just breaking.
Was it you or Mr. Steele saying the words, it is on recording that Jeffrey Williams was involved in an armed robbery because the police told you to say that?
I don't remember.
All right. Mr. Kokomo, would you please pull up the interview between Mr. Steele and Mr. Bean at 5 minutes and 15 seconds, please?
Yeah, this is a very, very big what the hell's case.
On defense
With a
exhibit
judge
197.
who is not suited for it, with a prosecution
5
who
minutes
is
and 15
unethical,
Right.
and a case that shouldn't be near a courtroom.
So why did you tell the police it's on recording that Jeffrey Williams was involved?
Mr. Bean, is that your voice we're hearing right there?
I mean, y'all playing, but I don't.
That is Mr. Steele asking a question, you cunt.
I don't remember the conversation.
Do you know your voice when you hear it?
I'm hearing stuff, but I don't remember the conversation.
Well, I don't want you to remember the conversation. I'm asking you about the voice you just heard. Is that yours or Mr. Steele's?
Objection, asked and answered.
I'm overruled the objection.
What part?
Would you please play at 5:15 again, please?
Objection compound.
Did you tell the police it's on recording that Jeffrey Williams was involved in this?
To tell. He asked a question. He's doing an interview with a witness.
Robbery, because the police told you to say that.
Is that your voice or is that Mr. Steele's
That's
voice?
not me.
That's not you.
No, ma'am.
Is that Mr. Steele's voice?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Go ahead.
I don't have no video recorder. None that y'all have that he got. I don't have none of that
understand.
that y'all done brought back from all these years, and I don't remember.
Would you please continue to play?
So you can get out of trouble. Is that the reason? Okay. Yeah, you're also on it.
All right.
This is infuriating because Mr. Steele is just asking questions.
Was that voice that we just heard so you would get out of trouble? Is that the reason? Was that you or was that Mr. Steele?
I mean, my voice.
Was that Mr. Steele's voice?
We listened to it.
All right. Continue, please, Mr. Kokomo.
That's all I want to do. I'm already sent it to you. But for what you say, the reason you would have a jail code with your wife and a friend of yours or whoever, you can tell us. That's because the same reason. It's just the police gave you something in the story.
Somehow, this is still monetized, this stream. I have no idea why. It goes back and forth between monetized and demonetized. Now, I have it on the monetized, but not so you can get ads. That I will start in the end of the stream, so you don't have to live through it during the stream. That does not mean that YouTube won't inflict ads onto you. Sadly, we've seen it happen.
Was those words that we just heard the reason you would have a jail call with your wife and a friend of yours or whoever you're going to tell us? Were those words spoken by you or Mr. Steele?
I told you, this is horrifyingly bad. Not just that she asks it, but the judge allows her to ask this. And we heard earlier the judge sustaining the same type of objections when it came to more or less the same things. But when the defense does it, he sustains it. When the prosecution does it, he overrules it. It is infuriatingly.
Steele.
Don't make my words.
Was that Mr. Steele's voice then?
It still was. I ain't talking.
All right. And when the speaker says, is that for the same reason? Is it just because the police gave you a story to tell, you were going to say it to everybody? Were those your words out of your mouth? Did you say that or did Mr. Steele say that?
I heard it.
Could you please rewind about 15 seconds?
Yeah, again, Mr. Steele is asking this guy questions. Patty B, she is implying that Mr. Steele is manufacturing evidence. And that is infuriating for me. She claims Mr. Steele puts words into Mr. Bean's mouth when he is asking specific questions. You are allowed to do that in an interview. And the basis of his questions are the previous recordings from September 17th, 2013, where Detective Quinn is altering Mr. Bean's statements to fit a narrative. And in those recordings, you hear Mr. Bean talk about a prior interview he had with the cops. So that's the basis of why Mr. Steele is asking those type of questions. And she turns it into Mr. Steele is manufacturing evidence. Mr. Steele is tampering with evidence. That is why I believe this line of questioning is horrifyingly bad. not only because it's horrifyingly bad, but because when the defense uses actual wordings from recordings, they are not allowed to investigate that by this judge.
Whose voice is that? Yours or Mr. Steele?
Well, his voice, but I don't really recall the conversation.
Fair enough, but that wasn't your voice?
That ain't my voice.
Okay. Now, you've heard the recording that Mr. Steele played for you. Do you know how many recordings Mr. Steele made of during his conversations?
I don't remember.
Do you know if he made more than one?
Objection as soon as facts known in evidence.
It's an open-ended question.
I'll rule the objection.
I don't remember.
And throughout the recording that we just heard, did you ever say all of those words that we just heard Mr. Steele say?
Objection, Your Honor, it's an ambiguous question.
That's the question.
Throughout the recording that we just heard, did you ever say, did you tell the police it's on recording that Jeffrey Williams was involved in the armed robbery because police told you to say that so you would get out of trouble? Did you ever say that or something similar? Were those your words?
I don't remember, man.
Did that ever happen? Did you ever do something like that?
Objection, Your Honor, ambiguous question.
That's it.
Did you ever put someone involved in a crime that wasn't involved to get yourself out of trouble?
I don't remember, man.
Mr. Steele also asked you about the portion of the recording that he played when you were talking about, after Mr. Steele asked you the question. I played your recording a while ago. I promise I'll email you the second one. Did he ever in that recording indicate that he was trying to play for you a second one?
I don't remember the conversation, further conversation with Steve.
Ms. Love, before you pause another question, I think it might be appropriate to stop at this point now.
And lunch break yesterday. And it's a long one. And and then we have the World of Doom again. Come on. Come on. Stop it. I don't like the World of Doom. There. And directly after lunch, what do we have? Sidebar counter 108. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh. Sidebar. And
All right, Deputy Hammer, all our jurors present, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right. What about our participants, sir?
Yes, sir. They're presently coming.
Okay, Mr. Harvey? How about you come up a little bit to the, or at least if you want to use the microphone so I can hear you? Either one is fine, sir.
Is this, can you hear me now? Get Verizon, can you hear me now? No, Judge, I wanted to renew my motion for severance on behalf of Mr. Nichols for the continuing prejudicial spillover that has been ongoing, number one. Number two, that I believe has segued into personal attacks between opposing counsel, which I think has threatened a fair trial for Mr. Nichols. I think that the current cross-examination suggesting that counsel is putting facts before the jury that don't have any foundation, or to confuse them, or through an investigator that aren't exactly facts that are and can be established as prosecutorial misconduct. I'd refer to specifically, for example, with those examples, with regard to confusing the jury, with regard to someone's investigator, United States versus Rios, RIOS, 611 Fed 2nd, 1335.
Yes. When I see you have heard that this lawyer is good. This is Mr. Harvey. Mr. Harvey in Fulton County has a rule named after him. So he's apparently a legend of sorts. In one of the hearings I covered about 2.5 months ago, he had an about 45 minutes to an hour Second Amendment motion. And if it wasn't this trial, I could listen to this guy talk about the Second Amendment for hours, because this guy knows it. Now, he is representing Mr. Nichols. That's the guy to his right. Mr. Nichols is named once in this entire RICO charge. 196 underlying acts, several charges, and is only mentioned once. Yet, he is still there. And as Mr. Harvey says, everything here, he wants the case severed so that Mr. Nichols gets a separate trial for that charge alone. Because everything that is said here will spill over to him, and they might just convict him just because he's there.
At 1342, that's a 10th Circuit case from 1979. I am not talking about the quantum of proof. Well, I am for the spillover effect, but the nature of the attacks on co-counsel and lack of any connection of any of this evidence for the last, how many days has Mr. Bean been on the stand? How many trial days? None of which has any specific connection to Mr. Nichols whatsoever. So based upon what I believe is now personal attacks between lawyers and nothing to do with Mr. Nichols, the spillover effect has now reached a point where I believe we are entitled to a severance and or my favorite and your favorite, the 105 instruction.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Hilton.
It will be me, Your Honor. Judge, this information, the evidence that is being presented through this witness is one of the overt acts listed in the indictment. It is a part of count 1 with which Mr. Harvey's client is charged in this indictment. I'm not certain when he speaks as to personal matters regarding attorneys. I'm not certain what it is that he refers to when he speaks of that, but there's nothing that I have asked that we do not have a good faith basis for asking. I have not made any personal attacks or innuendo regarding anyone. I've simply placed questions upon this witness for which I have a good faith basis for asking. And so I would ask that the court, based on the fact that this information is one of the overt acts that are alleged as a part of count 1, and based on the fact that Mr. Nichols is charged in count 1, we would ask that the court deny Mr. Harvey's motion for an instruction and deny his motion for a severance.
All right. Mr. Harvey, I'm going to use to include the case you just cited, as well as the other cases that have been offered for this particular proposition in the past. I'm going to deny your motion for severance at this point in time, and I'll deny your 105 request for an instruction. I'll give you a continuing objection. Okay?
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Your Honor, additionally, the state's next intent is to play a single jail call, which is a 15-minute call, and we have transcripts that I would like to use with the jury that I will pass a copy of to the defense and to the jury and to the court with the court's permission. And I would ask that the court give the jury an instruction that the transcript is not evidence and that only the audio that they hear is evidence.
Do you have the proposed instruction?
Yes,
you didn't tell me what.
I do, actually.
Yeah, and then blah, 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 blah. And Mr. Bean is back on the stand.
175 Charlie Alpha.
And so that it is clear, it is a call from the Fulton County Jail that has been provided in discovery and the file name is 10.90.
Yeah, that's not really interesting. So let's skip to Recross by Mr. Shard. Now his name is S-H-R-A-S-H-A-R-D-T.
Your Honor, and that was all that I was going to have for this witness. That's all that I have.
Okay, all right.
Thank you.
Mr. Sharp, do you have an examination? You got up, you didn't say anything.
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right, well, come on up.
Thank you.
Mr. B, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
My name is Max Shard. I represent Shannon Stillwell. You have heard in court a recording played to you of Detective Quinn and yourself giving an interview on September 17th of 2013, correct? You've heard that in court.
Which one, Mr. Sharp? You need to identify by.
Williams 175.
Oh, thank you, sir.
I heard a lot of stuff being played, sir.
Okay, but you heard a tape with yourself and Detective Quinn speaking, correct?
Yeah, I heard them. I still don't recall.
Okay. Well, I'm not going to ask you to recall the words that were said. In that interview with Detective Quinn, you were wearing a navy blue jumpsuit issued by the Fulton County Jail, correct?
I don't remember what I was wearing at the time.
Okay. Detective Quinn picked you up at the jail, correct?
I don't remember.
At the jail, you wear Fulton County issued navy blue jumpsuits, correct?
I think they used some clothes to wear, but I don't remember what I was wearing at the time.
And you wanted to get that navy blue jumpsuit off of your body, correct?
I don't remember.
You wanted out of jail, correct?
I don't remember.
Now, you've been asked who subpoenaed you to testify in court, and you've indicated that you don't remember, correct?
I don't know who's subpoenaed me.
Do you really not know? Is that the truth? You really don't know?
I mean, state.
Okay, so, all right, so your understanding is the state subpoenaed you, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and there, the state is the side that called you and told you when to come to court, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and the state is the side that when you're done testifying, you've walked out with a representative of the state, correct?
I don't know what that means.
When you leave the
You
courtroom,
were saying something.
when you leave the courtroom with the young lady walking next to you, she works for the state, correct?
The officer?
Do you not, sir?
The officer that's already in the courtroom, and I walk out of the courtroom, I'm going about my business.
Okay.
I don't got nobody with me.
Fair enough. When you were testifying on Friday, March 4th, you testified that someone threatened to lock you up if you didn't come to court.
I had answered that question, though.
Okay, well, I want to ask you that question. I want to ask you a follow-up question. So, who threatened you?
I had answered that already. Did nobody threaten me? It's just a subpoena that went out like I answered that question.
So,
If
no.
you don't answer to that subpoena, then I guess
So
whatever we want will go out and then whatever.
So
However it work, I don't know how it work.
Okay, so your testimony today is no one has threatened.
There wasn't no threat. Ain't no threat. I swear that it was Mr. Steele that they would not answer the question when he asked.
So when you testified on March 4th that someone threatened you if you didn't come to court, that was a lie.
I told him the threats that was coming through from my phone rather than putting my number out there to the public. And why was my number being exploited to the public, such as my face and everything else, like these folks over here on this side over here, you can't see them, but you can see me, and all my business get put out on the street and information. You just might as well just get my address.
Okay, but I understand what you're saying, but that's very different than someone threatening you if you didn't come to
I
court.
cleared the threats up that same day, right there and now, through my testimony. And nobody threatened me to do nothing.
I want to talk to you about some other things that you've testified about over the last couple of weeks. On February 29th, when District Attorney Love was asking you questions, you answered that you can't remember any events that happened in the year of 2013. That was a lie, correct?
No, sir.
Okay. You've testified that you cannot remember at all being arrested on September 11th, 2013. That is a lie.
If you say so.
Okay. You testified.
I object to Mr. Sharp's testifying about what
I'm
was
saying-
I'm cross-examining.
Yeah, but you can't testify. You need to rephrase the question. Okay?
Okay. You've testified that you do not remember going to Grady Hospital on the evening of September 11th, 2013. That is not the truth, is it?
My testimony, I don't remember that for 2013, sir.
Okay. You testified yesterday that, how many times you been in jail?
Objection, Your Honor, as to the relevance regarding how many times.
You testified yesterday that you did not realize that jail calls are recorded. That was a lie, correct?
Oh, okay.
In your testimony on March 1st to Mr. Steele, you testified that you could not remember meeting with Detective Quinn on September 17, 2013. That was a lie, correct?
I don't remember that in 2013.
You testified on March 4th to Mr. Steele that you could not remember the conversation that Mr. Steele or you and Mr. Steele had at the Kroger on January 22nd, 2023. Your testimony that you did not remember that meeting was a lie,
Your Honor,
correct?
I'd like to object to this continuous characterization of the witness is lying and using the lie. He is badgering the witness.
I'm not badgering
As
the
to the
witness.
form of the question.
I sustain this as a formal question.
That was-
You're badgering, so.
That was not the truth, was it?
Oh, okay, sir.
On February 29th, in response to a question from District Attorney Love, you indicated that you did not recall if you knew a man named Frederick Prothrow or Big Fred. That was not the truth, was it?
Oh, okay, sir.
When Mr. Steele asked you if you had ever been charged with a crime with Mr. Prothrow before, you indicated that you had not.
I said this earlier. The sole reason why they keep doing this from the defense is to get into evidence that there is a prior recording that hasn't been disclosed to the defense. They are trying to do that by asking questions even though they know the answer, because on the recordings from September 17th, 2023 and January 22nd, 2023, where Mr. Bean says he was interviewed at the hospital, either by innuendo or by claiming to Detective Quinn that Mr. Bean lied to the other cops, as in a prior interview. That interview, there's no trace of it. No recording, no notes, no nothing except an unfinished draft of a report. For me, that is enough to make the claim that somebody in the police department chose to erase it because it didn't fit the new narrative they wanted to produce against Mr. Williams. And we already know that the retired Detective Velasquez testified under oath on the stand that he always deleted recordings if he thought, his words, if he thought the witness statement was false, instead of keep recording the different statements and then have that handed over to the defense. He took it upon himself to decide, this isn't important, I think this person is lying, I will erase it. That's his statement. I will say it in other words. Retired Detective Velasquez erased evidence. He tampered with evidence because it didn't fit the narrative he was going for. So that is why they keep doing this. But the judge refuses to acknowledge that these statements were even made or even applied to a prior interview.
That was not the truth, was it, sir?
As to the one relevance to, it's been asked and answered in 3 battles.
It goes to his credibility, Your Honor.
I sustain the objection. It's been asked and answered.
Okay. What your answer was that the truth or a lie?
Objection, same objection, Your Honor.
I sustain.
Are you disputing the authenticity of the indictment in evidence?
Objection, Your Honor, as to the form of the question, and that is an improper
I
question. to this
sustain the
witness.
question.
Mr. Bean, is the indictment in evidence that shows your name and Mr. Prothrom's
Objection,
name?
Your Honor, that's been asked, answered, and it is
Has not been asked. I haven't finished my-
document that has been asked.
The state is standing
Wait a
behind.
second. Let me just finish your question, and I'll make a ruling at that point. Ask your entirety of the question.
The documented evidence, the indictment, with your name and Mr. Prothrom's name on it as charged individuals, is that some sort of forged document?
Objection, Your Honor. He has no foundation.
I'm asking him a question.
It's not relevant, Your
It's
Honor.
not relevant. I sustain it.
His credibility is very relevant.
I sustain the objection. I'll move on.
All right. Let's go back to 2000. Or let me ask you this. When Mr. Steele asked you what you meant when you said you were asking for some slack from Detective Quinn, you said you can't recall. That was a lie.
Objection, Your Honor, same thing.
It's
That's been
asked and
asked and
answered.
answered.
I sustain the objection.
Let's go back to 2013, okay? I'm moving from 2024 to 2013, Mr. Bean. You would agree on September 11th of 2013, and in leading into the interview with Detective Quinn on September 17th of that same year, you found yourself involved and locked up behind this incident we've learned about over the last couple of weeks, correct?
I don't recall, sir.
Okay. That incident that we've been speaking about over the last couple of weeks involved an alleged armed robbery, correct?
I don't recall.
Okay. And the driver of the car would have been the driver of an alleged armed robbery or of a car involved in the alleged armed robbery, correct?
Your Honor, I object to these questions. They've been asked and
I
answered.
sustain the objection.
Your Honor, I am not asking the same questions that anyone else has asked.
You have, some substance they have.
Well-
Okay, so move along.
Okay. You were aware that the driver of this car was alleged to have driven towards a police officer, correct?
I don't recall, sir.
And you were aware that the driver of this car was alleged to have drove through someone's yard, running over the
Objection,
tricycles?
asked and answered.
Oh, wow. Come on. Go ahead.
A lot of questions been asked, a lot of stuff been played. I don't recall.
Okay. And you're aware that this car that was driven allegedly nearly landed on some officers in the parking lot of the laundromat?
That's been asked and answered.
Now, I believe today you have acknowledged you do know someone named Frederick Prothero, correct?
No, sir.
Do you know someone named Big Fred?
Y'all was showing me documented paperwork or whatever. I don't recall.
Okay. You would agree that on the tapes that have been played, it indicates that a Big Fred had just been released from jail.
I don't recall. I'd agree to disagree to that.
Okay. And these tapes also indicated that Big Fred was a friend of yours.
I don't recall, sir.
Isn't it true that upon realizing that the driver of this car would be in big trouble, you made your good friend who had just been released from jail be the driver of that car when you first talked to the police?
Objection,
Isn't that true?
compound, asked and answered.
I'll sustain this form. You can break it down, Mr. Sure.
You're not going to recall, are you?
Objection, badger.
I sustain the objection.
You also told your wife.
Yeah, this keeps going and going and going. And then it is the end of that day. But I know you all been waiting for it. So here it is, I believe.
Police. And I ask you, the authorities, the police, the
Oh,
prosecutors,
no,
legislative fraud.
Oh, also, and it's bad sound, of course it is.
That they forced Jeffrey Williams into it. Did you hear you say that?
Man, Can I get a water or something? I'm so high right now, y'all. I'm about to go to sleep on y'all now.
That was in the middle of the testimony. Now, he is very slurry on his words. He's, a lot of things. You could say, he says, I'm so high right now. I'm about to go sleep.
Can I get a water or something? I'm so high right now, y'all. I'm about to go to sleep on y'all now.
Now, does he say hi? Or is it just him slurring her? In a court setting, I would argue he says hot. I think he says he's high because he didn't really realize anything. Now, what was the result of this? Well, we're not entirely sure, but at the end of yesterday, after the break, the evening break, after the prosecution and the defense were all handed envelopes that were sealed that may or may not have with this statement. Because if he came to court and testified high, his entire testimony is at risk. And that might be a reason why they were so extremely late today. But they have started today. They have started. Let's hope there is good sound.
Five, 7-2, Georgia versus Cleve. All right, good afternoon, council's interested parties. We're back on the record of the matter of the state of Georgia versus Cleve Adams et al. And 22 SC 183572. Mr. Stillwell, Mr. Botts, and Mr. Sharp. Good afternoon, gentlemen. All right, Mr. Williams, Mr. Steele, Mr. Adams, and Ms. Renard.
And
good afternoon.
the roll call.
Mr. Kendrick and Mr. Deputy Hammer, all our jurors present? Yes, sir. Okay, all right. Anything I need to take up before we call our next witness?
Your Honor, just wanted to know if the defense had an opportunity to look at the transcript and if they had any.
Transcript on what, madam?
The transcript that we provided yesterday for the jail call that was played, 175C.
Yes, it's Trinton. I covered that in the beginning of this stream. That
Hilton, you want to
that at this rate, the state has only called 40 witnesses out of roughly 400. We are 3.5 months into this trial, and only 40 out of 400. That's insanely bad.
repeat your statement?
Sure. Yesterday, the state provided transcriptions of the jail call, State's Exhibit 175C, and wanted to know if the defense counsel had an opportunity to review that transcript, and if so, if they had any edits, or if they did not have any edits.
This is a bit interesting because remember, the state argues that transcripts are not evidence. You have to rely on what you hear. Here, they are supplying transcript to the defense because they want to prove a point. Infinity, thank you for your $10. Oh boy, this witness queen have the lawyers at the podium already. Yeah, I know. Detective Quinn is about to take the stand. We are 25 minutes behind or something. Thank you so much, Infinity, for your super chat. 400 witnesses. I thought it was over 700. Yeah, I missed out on when, because I know the judge have told the prosecution to trim it down. I don't know when the prosecution claimed to the judge they had trimmed it down to 400 witnesses. Somehow I missed that part. There were over 700. Now, they claim 400 witnesses, but we also know they have added on witnesses after that. So they are slowly creeping up again. 40 out of 400 witnesses means I will have a few months of coverage of this case. If the witnesses are called at the same rate the rest of the trial, we will be here until 2027.
Within the context of the interview between Mr. Bean and Detective Quinn.
Correct, because
And I just, because you all had an opportunity to take a look at that transcript yesterday, we just played the tape. What the state's asking to do today, I assume, is to go ahead and potentially play that again or play it and provide a transcript. And I would give an admonition at that point in time.
Well, I'll speak for Ms. Williams' team. I think I need to speak for everyone else. We haven't reviewed this because we didn't think it was.
Well, that's a you problem. Because you had it since yesterday. I didn't play it.
Again. But you had it since yesterday. Yeah, but everybody there is trying to prepare for the prosecution, their actual case in chief. And they keep bringing in new stuff to, you have to look at this, you have to look at this. And this judge is allowing it over and over again.
Yesterday, I didn't provide them the transcript yesterday because you didn't have time to review it.
We played the tape. We played the recording.
Yeah.
And I think the court's position was, the recording's here. True, we haven't had an opportunity to review it, but we played the recording. So
Okay.
I don't think there was any indication on our position. On our part, we need to readdress the issue of the transcript.
All right, let me hear from the state on that particular issue.
yes, Your Honor, I believe the court was going to either do one or two alternatives. The first alternative was to give 35 minutes or 30 minutes. I believe that was the request in order for defense counsel to review the transcript. And the alternative, we made a decision to play it without the transcript with the thought that defense counsel would review it because we do intend on using that call again and playing that call again. That's something that may or may not be addressed today, depending on how far we get with Detective Quinn. So it's something that could come up by Friday, but we would like defense counsel to review it. And if they have any edits, let us know because the state would be intending to use that transcript.
Okay.
Yeah, and this is infuriating again because the state clearly says the transcript is not evidence. The jury should rely on what they hear. Now they are trying to force the transcript onto the defense and accept what's in there instead of relying on the actual tape. Yes, Ghost Street, the judge is not even possibly favoring the prosecution. He's more or less a part of the prosecution, in my opinion.
Mr. Adams, anything further?
We'll go ahead and we'll review it.
Okay.
If the anticipation is it probably won't be an issue today. I don't understand our Friday case, but I would say that I think that our understanding, best understanding, was that folks will go ahead and let the recording be played. So it was not really a need for us to review a transcript that wasn't going to be used.
Yeah, and you're right, sir. And I think that the state's telling you they're going to potentially ask the court to go ahead and consider the transcript. They're asking you all to review it for accuracy and edits. And of course, I'll accept any other objections at that point in time. And if I should decide to play the tape with a transcript as an aid, I'll give the applicable Uniform Superior Court Rule tape and transcript instruction or admonition. Okay.
We'll go ahead and we'll review that.
Okay. All right. Anything else?
Nothing else.
All right. Let's summon our jurors, please. You at your own hotspot? I take it from that, that. I would just suggest that redundancy is always a good thing. I don't know how the public Wi-Fi here is in the courthouse, but we have added a hotspot for you all's use only.
And that's been working until today, at least in my experience.
Well,
Something's happened today that it's gone down.
I can't tell you why. I can only make a phone call and
That's all I'm asking.
and I can maybe inquire about that. So, Mr. Kearns, can you call Miss Omana and the dependency and see if we can check on that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right. Mr. Steele, was that it, Mr. Sharp?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. I don't know the context, so I'll just ask you the questions that came up. I said, I don't apologize. I don't know the context, so I don't know the objection to be made, but replaying a recording that has been played already would, in my opinion, be cumulative, and none of the speakers are here. But again, I don't know. Yeah, let's see what the state offers it for, and I think that's a little premature at this point in time. I was just answering because I heard you say any other objections. So. Oh, that's at the time that you all have have an opportunity to take a look at the transcript. But if the tape's played, depending upon the foundation, depending upon what's issued for, I'll make a determination at that point. I think we just approach for about 40 seconds on a matter. Okay. Are they good, Pam? Okay, all right. Well, it's time to get ready, okay? All right.
All right, we are roughly 25 minutes behind, so I'm speeding up a bit. And they have a sidebar. That brings us to sidebar counter 109. Oh. See this, and then they sat down.
All right, for sure.
All right, sound good. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, without further delay, we're going to continue with the presentation of the state's case. So, ladies and sirs, I'll call you next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls retired Detective David Quinn.
All right, summon Detective Quinn, please. All right, Detective Quinn, good afternoon, sir. Afternoon. All right, come on up to the witness stand, sir. Before you sit down, if you would be so kind and turn and face us, Deputy Ham, be sworn as a witness.
I do. David Quinn, David Quinn.
And good afternoon. How are you employed?
I'm retired.
What are you retired from?
The Atlanta.
Another retired cop. Let's see if he's going to be as truthful as Detective Velasquez, who under oath told everybody that he destroyed evidence, in my opinion.
Police Department.
And how long have you been retired from the Atlanta Police Department?
Fully since 2019.
Okay. And when you say fully, what does that mean?
So I joined the Atlanta Police Department in 1985 when I was 20 years old, and I stayed until 2019. So I did 33 years and some change. After that, I got into the true crime TV business, which is what I do now.
Yeah. Detective Quinn and Detective Velasquez have had a show together. I don't know if they are still working together. So two, in my opinion, crooked cops doing true crime. Fucktards.
And tell the jury a little bit about your time with the Atlanta Police Department over those 33 years.
Again, I hit the street when I was about 21 years old, 1986, after having been hired at 20. And I went straight to Zone 3. I don't know, Zone 3 was back in those days, Southeast, Southwest Atlanta. I stayed there 10 years and probably the highest crime district in the city at that time. After those 10 years, I don't know why, somebody sent me to Bankhead and I went to the Zone 1 precinct and I worked there for another 5. in my 15th year, after working those high crime areas, somebody promoted me to detective and they sent me straight to homicide, which sent me right back to those same neighborhoods in zone 3 and zone 1. It's like going home. So.
And let's talk about your 10 years being in zone 3. Did you have the occasion to patrol the entire zone 3, or were you assigned to a particular section of zone 3?
Well, I was assigned zone 3 A sector, which was that area around the McDaniel Glen Housing Project, the Pittsburgh Civic League Apartments, Pryor Road. But there was a lot of bleed over. In other words, I wouldn't just work one specific area in downtown Atlanta. I would also branch out as far as Gilbert Road, which is at the county line to Clayton County. So it was the busiest precinct at the time. So you kind of scattered all over.
Okay. And you said it briefly, as a homicide detective, did you unfortunately have the occasion to investigate homicides within the zone 3 neighborhood?
Absolutely, every month, usually.
And based on your time in zone 3, if you could describe the zone 3 community for this jury.
Zone 3 community, from the time that I worked in the mid 80s, all the way until I was an old man in the mid 2000s. It's a rough, busy neighborhood, but there are pockets of diversity everywhere. You may have truck drivers, you have doctors, lawyers, but you also have the quote unquote marginalized communities are also in zone 3. So it's a mix. It's not one thing.
And based on your interaction of having different type of community members within zone 3, how would you describe the residents of zone 3?
The who?
The residents.
The residents are hardworking people. I grew up out there with them. I feel like, I am zone 3 because I saw so many different generations get raised up out there. And I feel like I was only 12 as a boy. When I left, I was a grandfather. So that was my life.
Now, I'm going to take you back to your time as a detective in a homicide unit. If you could tell the jury, what were your primary job duties and responsibilities?
When I went to homicide, I learned quickly that my responsibility was to investigate crimes that involve deaths at the hands of other humans. I had worked murder. That's primarily what I worked. I worked with about 18 other detectives, and we were in a rotation. Whereas you would catch a homicide, respond to it, you'd have about a month to work that case up. And once you've worked that case up, you would go down to the bottom of that homicide list. But they were giving us the responsibility to actually handle cases that involve special investigations. In particular, police officers' use of force, shooting people, anyone that dies in custody. We handle those investigations. And sometimes we even handle corruption investigations on the department if, in fact, there was some kind of conflict in internal affairs.
So speaking specifically about having to deal with special investigations, specifically the officer-involved investigations, what were your job duties and responsibilities for those type of investigations?
Well, I had to investigate whether or not an officer had the legal authority to use his gun in a deadly way. I investigated deadly force.
That's interesting. So he was possibly the investigator if the incident, September 11th, 2013, was a bad one from the cops. And yeah, and we already know from Velasquez, apparently this guy's best friend likes to tamper with evidence. I wonder if that goes to Mr. Quinn too, that his investigation into cops doing bad stuff was more about how to let them get away with it.
And to your knowledge, is that responsibility of investigating officer-involved shootings still the responsibility of the homicide unit?
When I was on the way out, it changed gears. They decided to let the Georgia Bureau of Investigation handle those shootings. I guess they didn't want the actual agency to investigate itself.
Somebody say something?
I did, Your Honor. I said objection, speculation.
I will objection.
When you are assigned as when you are assigned an officer-involved shooting, if there is an underlying crime that occurred before the officer-involved shooting, do you investigate both the underlying crime and the officer-involved shooting, or are those two separate investigations?
No, you have to work both. You've got to understand the reason why the officer was there in the first place, why he pulled his gun, why he used deadly force. Sometimes it's not involving a weapon. Sometimes it's physical force. So you must also investigate that crime as well.
Now, in your experience as an investigator, do all investigators investigate cases the same way?
Oh, no. It's just like any other walk of life. I mean, everyone has their own style. And usually your style comes from how you carry yourself in the street.
Ghost asked Detective Quinn was potentially corrupt. We don't know. But we do know that his best friend has a true crime show with Detective Velasquez, who on the stand, under oath, told everybody that he erases statements he believes are false, which is evidence tampering. After Detective Velasquez, there were two other cops on the stand. The defense asked them about that kind of conduct, and both said they would never do that because that is tampering with evidence and it's a crime. Detective Velasquez is Detective Quinn's perhaps best friend. You draw your own conclusions.
And your experience out there with the citizens, in this case, the citizens of Fulton County, City of Atlanta.
Tell us a little bit about your investigative style.
Everybody calls me old school.
I'll overrule the objection, Mr. Steele.
I am Atlanta, and I feel like every case I work is a story, and I've got to report back, the information from that story. I always say when I work my investigations, I want to have on a belt and suspenders. I want to make sure I got everything. And sometimes,
Nola Big Easy says, I bet Detective Quinn watched this entire case and pre-written his answers to study. I wouldn't go that far, but he is definitely prepared by the prosecution. Now, it's a difference between being prepared and being coached. That line is quite blurry, and looking back at 3.5 months of this case, I wouldn't be surprised at all if this guy has watched every minute of everybody's testimony in violation to every law regarding court proceedings.
commanders and supervisors don't like that. I mean, I take my time slow and methodical with how to work my cases. I don't move very fast.
Faces. I overrule the objection, Mr. Sharp.
Thank you.
You can say.
That's pretty much it. I just try to keep, you don't get all the answers when you're working investigations like they do on TV. But what you do is you try to get as much as you can, and you miss things. I miss things on every investigation. And so you have to take your time and make sure you have it right.
When you're conducting an investigation, generally, what type of evidence are you looking for, say for your homicide cases? What type of evidence do you want, are you trying to gather as a part of your investigation?
Now, these are weird questions. He's there to testify about a specific case, not generalities. This is weird questioning.
I mean, first and foremost, I want eyewitnesses. I want humans to give information that could lead to some kind of inroads in closing this case. As I got older in the department, technology became a useful tool. We've always had fingerprints. You want fingerprints. DNA became a really big deal around 2002. I've watched everything change, but I always, with any kind of testimony that I receive from a witness, I want to get something to back it up, something tangible that'll vouch for this person that's an eyewitness seeing something.
Oh yeah, he has definitely gone through. That is a very specific answer. And for you who are here and don't know me, hi, I'm Nick. I do labor law. I've been doing it for over 30 years. I'm very good at it. I have a bullshit detector. It tingles or the alarm goes way off. My bullshit detector is tingling. This is too well prepared for my taste.
I really like eyewitness evidence. A lot of people don't, but I do, because the community.
Yeah, he really likes eyewitness eyewitness testimony is crap. It's the worst kind of evidence that is still allowed in court. Because here's the thing. A number of years ago, they conducted a test in a university. They had a good bunch of students, had a lecture, and in the middle of it, a person walked in, had a 5-minute speech, walked out. Then Half an hour later, every student was asked, what did that person wear? And it was a complete clusterfuck of answers. Because eyewitnesses get things wrong. And it's really easy to plant memories. It's extremely easy. Have you ever been to a magic show with one of these mentalists who, I don't know how that person got everything right, blah, blah, blah. Well, that mentalist is, many cops know this and do this, especially crooked cops, how to get a witness to say the things you want. And we know this through Detective Velasquez, who admitted on the stand under oath that if he didn't like the answer, he erased it until the witness gave him the statement he wanted.
That is the witness.
Now, in your time as a homicide detective, have you had the occasion to interview suspects?
Absolutely.
And tell the jury a little bit about your interview style.
I try to keep my interviews.
Overruled, Mr. Sharp. Have a seat.
I try to have conversations. I mean, from these conversations, I try to have them make sense. You know, I don't want it to be overbearing. Sometimes those conversations, those interviews can get heated, but you want to build some kind of rapport with the person, whether it be a witness or a suspect, and make sure you're getting good information.
You have an objection, Mr. Steele? What's the basis? Come on up.
And we have a sidebar. That brings us to sidebar counter 110. Did he just say he filtered stuff? Yes, he did. And here's the thing. I think he is about to destroy credibility of other witnesses, especially Mr. Beans. Because there's a lot on those recordings that is really damaging for Detective Quinn. But if he's not supposed to comment on anybody else's testimony. He's there for his and his alone. Now, Mr. Bean's credibility, low. But this witness should not be testifying at all about it, because that is the jury's job, to evaluate each witness by themselves. You're not supposed to, as another witness, comment on a testimony or something like that. That is what you have experts for, because they are allowed to speculate based on information they gather. Oh, and Judge is wearing a mask when everybody is up.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes.
Let me ask you this, Detective Quinn. Over the course of your 30 years, how many people have you interviewed? Just roughly.
I mean, thousands. I mean, I can't put a number on that.
And you talked a few moments ago about building rapport. Tell us, why is it important to build rapport?
You don't want your interview to be adversarial. You want people to be calm and give you truthful testimony that you can verify later.
You got to pose an objection, and then you got to tell me a basis, because selling your honor doesn't let Miss Weaver know who you are. So please go ahead and objection and tell me your basis. All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, can I get you to step into your headquarters for just a second? Detective, can I get you to step outside for a minute?
Okay, we got a motion.
Your Honor, I tried to preempt it at the bench. It's exactly what I asked. And I'll wait for Ms. Weaver if the court needs it for the exact quote. But Detective Quinn just said, upon questioning the district attorney, why is it important to develop a rapport with a witness? And the answer was something to the effect of, to get truthful information. No witness can talk about veracity or truthfulness or believability of anybody. That's what I tried to say at the bench. That's the entirety of this testimony so far. I'm moving for a mistrial on Mr. Williams because this gentleman interviewed a big witness in this event. The only witness that puts Mr. Williams involved in this event. And now it's important to get truthful information. I don't know how you wipe that out. Are you going to tell the jurors, ignore that last comment? That's what you're going to say? And I warned it. And I was at the bench and you did not want to hear from me more than you did. You told me to step back, but Your Honor, I've been doing this too. I anticipated it wasn't that hard to do. I'm moving for a mistrial, and I did it at the proper moment.
All right, Ms. Hilton?
Your Honor,
Have a seat, Mr. Sharp. Let her finish, okay? All right, remember.
Yeah, just to make things clear here, at least at this end of the pond, the cops are there to gather information. Now, about the truthfulness, that goes a step up. They collect evidence, DNA evidence. You send it off to a DNA lab. Fingerprints, you send it off to a fingerprint lab. Truthfulness as testimony in a trial is speculation which only experts are supposed to give. Now, if this cop, and he already started saying it, his job is to get to the truth. Well, sort of, yes. You need to get to the evidence and then build a case around it. Now, doing that on the first interview, that's bad, really bad. And I suspect this will go on in this manner. That I said it just before this, a few minutes ago, that I suspect that Mr. Quinn is there to ruin other people's testimony, especially since he is there and the recordings and everything. And if this goes on, he will try to explain things in the recording. Oh, I meant that. This is it grounds for a mistrial? Could be. Will the judge go for it? Absolutely not. This judge is adamant, no matter what the prosecution does. Extra witnesses, new evidence, late discovery. This judge simply don't care as long as this trial goes to the jury.
The Harvey rule still in effect, so have a seat.
Your Honor, as it relates to Detective Quinn's response, he did not talk about a specific witness, truthfulness, or veracity. He said, in general, what I'm trying to do is to find the truth. And that is what you do in an interview. You're determining whether or not what the person who's speaking to you is credible, if they're providing credible information. Your Honor, even in this case, when you listen to the interview that has already been admitted, Detective Quinn already told the agent, I don't think you're being fully honest. So he's not talking about the veracity of anyone. He hasn't even talked about any witnesses yet. So for defense counsel to deem or ask for a mistrial at this juncture, given this testimony, we're going to ask for you to deny.
All right, I'm going to deny the motion. Summon our jurors, please. It's noted. I'll make it. Yes, and I'll preserve it. It'll be continuing. Mr. Shard, if you ask me that one more time, okay? No, I did. Listen. Everybody gets the same objection, okay? Unless there's something else.
If you want to take it down,
Your Honor, previously you informed all defense counsel that motions for mistrial were not subject to the Harvey rule.
No, I
That's
didn't.
why I'm doing this.
No, I
If you tell
didn't.
me that motions for mistrial are now subject to the Harvey rule, and that's on the record.
I don't recall my saying that they were not, so
Respectfully, I recall that, but I will just rely on the Harvey rule from now on, if that's clear for the
I'll
record.
assume it for everybody then, unless you opt out.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yeah, this is the Harvey rule. That in a case with multiple defendants with their own lawyers, if one makes a motion for something, or if one does an objection, it applies to all the defense lawyers to save time. Yes, Ghostery. This is what the judge does.
Prior testimony or prior arguments that were made for motion in this trial, my understanding from the court's ruling today is that it applies to all defendants.
Yes. All right, summon our jurors, please, sir. Exclusive purview of Miss Weaver, okay? So.
I've been up since 2 a.m. Oh no, 1 a.m. last night, and I'm getting tired. I will play to the next break, if there is one, but no longer than another 24 minutes, because I need sleep. And so we go up to the 4-hour mark on the stream, and then I need my sleep. I'm an old man. I need my beauty sleep.
I think there's a little bit.
Your Honor. Sir. Would the court consider my previous request for a continuing objection now in the same bolstering? Yes. Irrelevant? Well, I'll just give you a continuing objection, okay? At this point.
All right.
All right. Thank you, Deputy Ham. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated.
Detective Quinn, in your interviews with citizens or with suspects or residents of the community, do you curse or use language that some may deem offensive?
I would think, yeah, my mother in particular.
And is that just your style of talk and speech?
Yeah, I mean, that's just how I talk. And I think it's more like the vernacular of the area that I worked in all those years.
I want to direct your attention to September 11, 2013. Were you assigned to the homicide unit?
I was.
And did you have the occasion to respond to 2745 Old Hateville Road, Atlanta, Georgia, Fulton County?
I did.
And did you arrive with other officers?
I did.
Do you recall now who you arrived with?
Well, I was riding alone, but other homicide detectives.
Jesus.
You had.
Why is it giving feedback at this moment? This is strange. I need to talk to an audio guy. Because this is not normal to have feedback in a courtroom. Something is...
Detective Ben Velasquez, who's my longtime partner. You had Detective Summer Benton. Is that me? You had a contingent of other support staff. What's going on?
Say again?
It's really ringing in my ear big time. I don't know what it is.
Hopefully, you should finish it.
Okay.
Yeah, no, everything is well prepared.
I'm pretty loud. I don't think I need it.
About what time did you arrive at the location?
I got there about 12:30 in the afternoon.
And what was the temperature and weather like?
It was hot, from what I remember. I mean, it's Georgia afternoon, so I know it was a little warm out.
And why did you respond to that location?
Well, I got a call because I was told by dispatch that an officer had discharged his weapon and I need to get to that scene.
And while you were responding to 2745,
Did you undergo other areas that were active?
Absolutely.
How many other active scenes were
It was about three. You can almost say four, but three that were going to be necessary for that investigation. They were going to have to be processed.
And what were those three?
So you had 2745 Old Hayville Road, which is the Summerdale Commons Apartments. There was, what I was told at the time, that's where the incident occurred where the officer discharged his weapon. Then you had a house directly across the street from there where there was damage to a residential home right there on Old Hayville Road. And then you had a third scene, which was 126 Cleveland Avenue, which the Cleveland Coin Laundry, a car had crashed into it. So I had a bunch of scenes going.
And roughly, how far were each of those scenes from each other?
They were within about 75 yards. If you just do the whole perimeter, it's kind of disjointed, but they were all kind of right there.
And they are showing something.
You may. You've shown that document to defense counsel, correct? Okay.
Marcus State Exhibit 158C.
Sure.
Do you recognize Exhibit 158?
This looks like the area I just described, roughly, yeah.
And is that a fair exhibition of an overview of that area you kind of described where you responded to on September 11th?
I would say so.
Your Honor, this kind of state representative is 158C.
Any objection to states 158 Charlie? Anyone?
No, Your Honor.
All right. States 158 Charlie is admitted and may be published as you see fit. Yes, ma'am.
And looking at Exhibit 158, roughly, and you can either do one of two things. You do old school, like to say old school and point, or you can use that computer. I'll let you decide.
Oh, wow. Okay, I think I'll do the finger action.
Okay, so if you can click to the left, you should pop open to the bottom. Just tap the screen. All right.
Oh, wow.
You have a pen over there to the left.
Right here.
Yeah. That should give you a pen. Can you circle on there? Do you see where it says Summerdale Commons? Or Summerdale Parks? Commons first. And then Summerdale Apartments.
Why hasn't this been shown until now? I mean, you had a bunch of witnesses testifying about this event, other cops. Why now?
And on here where it says the Skyline Laundromat. Okay. Are those the three, roughly three areas that you just kind of described for those three active scenes from?
Yes, ma'am.
Describe to the jury what was scene like.
Like opening day at Six Flags. It was crazy.
I mean, it was fire engines, police officers, blue lights going. Everybody talking to me at one time, you know, which I'm used to, but this was a really.
I wonder if he noticed the surveillance camera. I wonder if he noticed the radio traffic, if he listened to it, people talking about the owner of the laundromat getting there to show them the surveillance video. I wonder if he noticed cops viewing the surveillance video. The same video investigators and cops testified under oath they had no idea was there, that the prosecution claims didn't exist.
Big scene, it was really active.
And once you got there, what did you find? What did you learn once you find?
When I got there, I wanted to speak to my supervisor and just try to figure out what was I dealing with here. Give me an overview. The first place I pulled up to was 126 Cleveland Avenue.
And 126 Cleveland, what location?
That was the Coin Laundry.
And when you spoke to your sergeant, who was there at the time?
That was Sergeant Leanne LaCause.
And was she able to provide you any information at that time?
She gave me an overview of what was going on and indicated where I needed to go next.
And did you follow her instructions?
I did.
After speaking with Sergeant LaCause, did you ask any homicide detectives to assist you with taking control of any of this?
I asked two.
Who were those two?
I asked Detective Vince Velasquez to actually go up to 2745 Old Hapeville Road at Summerdale Commons and work that scene, whatever it may be. I then.
Okay, now we know they actually worked together on that crime scene. He told Mr. Velasquez to go up and work with that part, which we now know the retired Detective Velasquez chose to delete statements because he didn't think it was truthful until he got the answers he needed. Now, why would retired Detective Quinn be any different? I mean, they have hung around for years doing podcasts and TV shows about true crime.
And asked Detective Summer Benton if she could handle the 126 Cleveland Avenue. I mean, we had a car that had crashed into a building. I wanted to handle anything related to that evidence.
And did you yourself know anything, any evidence you got at 2745 or 126?
Well, when I went to 2745, there were shell casings all over the ground. I don't remember how many it was at the time. Clearly evidence of a shooting. There was a disabled front gate. This really nice mechanical gate had been destroyed, and it looked like fresh damage. And I wanted Detective Velasquez to take his time and go through that and report back whatever his findings were.
And was he able to do that for you?
He was.
Now, while you were on scene, were you made aware of any individuals that were detained?
I was.
How many people were detained?
3.
And who were those individuals?
I was told it was a Frederick Prothrow, Walter Murphy, and Adrian Bean.
Out of those individuals, were you aware of any of them had injuries?
Oh, yeah. I found out that Frederick Prothrow had a serious gunshot wound to the back, which changed my thinking. I mean, we had someone who was actually struck. So a lot of my energy went to that. I also found out that it was Walter Murphy had gunshot wounds to the legs. They had both been transported to Grady Hospital for treatment.
To your knowledge, you know, Adrian Bean had injuries.
I heard he had some injuries, but I didn't think they were significant based off what I learned on scene. I wasn't even sure at the time if he went to the hospital.
And he said that Mr. Prothrow, Mr. Murphy went to the hospital. What hospital did
Grady Memorial.
And did you have the investigators go to Grady Memorial Hospital to speak with Walter Murphy?
Yeah, I have my partners, Detective A.B. Calhoun and Detective Tracy Lewis. They would go down there and try to see if they could give me some feedback on what kind of injuries I was dealing with. I was really concerned about the brother that was shot in the back.
They said the brother. When you said the brother, what did you do?
I'm sorry, Frederick Prothrow.
And did you interview anyone while you were on scene?
Yeah, I did.
Who did you interview while you were on scene at 2745?
This young man by the name of Flores, and I interviewed the actual officer that discharged as well.
Did you interview anyone else?
I actually I didn't really interview, but actually, there was a young man by the name of Skateboard.
Do you remember his, did you ever learn his actual name?
Brian Taylor Ransom is what I found out his name was.
When you met with investigator Wilson L.
That was for show. He suddenly remembered, yeah, oh, I talked to a guy they called Skateboard. And then he perfectly gets the name. From, oh, did I interview somebody else? Oh, I just remembered. And then, boom, well prepared. Showmanship. Fuh.
Do you remember where you actually met with him?
So because this was a major scene, they pulled out all the stops. They brought out what's called the mobile command vehicle. This is an air-conditioned camper where they put the officer that's been involved in the shooting away from everyone. And when I walked into the camper, this mobile crime unit, he's in there with his lawyer. So I was, his union lawyer, the officer.
And was he able to provide you information that assisted or helped you with their investigation?
He gave me some understanding as to why he discharged his weapon. We agreed on scene that he would come back the next day with his attorney and a formal statement at the homicide office.
And after speaking with investigator did you determine if there was an underlying crime that you was investigating or determine if he was justified in firing?
There was a shooting that prompted Detective Robertson to discharge his weapon, as he told me. At that time, it was only an aggravated assault type investigation. We didn't know what else it may entail, but he responded to gunfire on a citizen.
You said you spoke with someone named Flores. His name is Flores now.
That sounds correct.
How were you first made aware of this?
Sergeant Leanne Lacoste told me that.
I'm sorry,
That was Mr. Steele.
were you made,
Oh, I'll sustain the objection.
let me ask you this, were you just made aware that this witness is talking?
Yes.
And was he one of them?
Yes.
When you were first made aware of Mr. Flores, how long had you been on scene?
I've probably been out there about 15, maybe 20 minutes because I was walking around at each scene. That's an estimate from 10 years ago.
To your knowledge, did any other officer speak with him prior to you speaking?
Somebody did, but I don't remember the name.
Whoever spoke with him, you know they recorded that first interview, that first interaction.
I didn't know any recordings with him other than what I did.
And when you interviewed him, was that your first time speaking with him?
Yes.
Do you recall, where on scene did you interview him?
I interviewed Flores at the 126 Cleveland Coin Laundry, right on the hill overlooking all the mayhem down there at the bottom where the car crashed.
And they are showing.
I'm showing what's on Market States to the 159C.
If you can take a look at the 159C and tell me if you recognize the area the pictures is the 159C.
This looks pretty much like the Cleveland, 126 Cleveland Avenue location where the laundry was.
And in that picture, do you see the approximate area where you were when you with Mr.
Yes.
And would that picture help you?
It is very infuriating to not hear the prosecution's
I'm
question.
between this white utility box in the picture and the driveway in that area.
So
Looking.
So we'll help.
Oh, yeah.
I'm
sorry.
Your Honor, I'm saying like and this is the 159C.
Any objection to one states 159, Charlie? All right, hearing no objection, court will admit 159, Charlie, may be published as you see fit.
Thank you.
Gigi asked the important question. Then how did Quinn know that Mr. Bean had lied about being the driver? Yeah, how?
I'm probably have to go back to the stick. That confused me. Where's the stick? Right. Yeah, this is better.
Now, if you go ahead and I'm just not sure what you was referencing about where you were when you had that conversation with Mr. Flores.
I'm in this area right around here where this cracked sidewalk is and this utility box.
And when you met with him, did he approach you or did you approach him?
He approached me. He came up to that scene. I mean, everything was cordoned off. And some kind of way he got into the scene. Someone had to have escorted him because you couldn't just walk in. Everything was wrapped up. You couldn't do nothing on Cleveland and 75 that day.
Was your interview, did you record your interview with him?
I did.
And how did you record his interview?
My digital recorder.
And where did you keep your digital recorder?
I keep my digital recorder right here in my lapel pocket. And that's what I've always done.
And do you generally record all your interviews with a pocket recorder?
Yes, for the most part, yes.
And why do you record your interviews?
Well, a couple of different reasons. I want to have all the information that's coming to me on that scene so I can come back to it and reference it as I continue my investigation. I'm just big on taping things. There are times when I'll actually take a verbal and write notes. Everything's not recorded, but in this case, his interview was recorded.
What was his demeanor like when you interviewed?
He was concerned about his vehicle that he had received from someone else.
In the course of your time as an investigator, have you ever had occasion to meet anyone who was under the influence of drugs or alcohol? As an investigator, have you ever had the occasion to interview anyone who was under the influence of drugs or alcohol?
I mean, throughout my career, almost every day.
Did Mr. Nava-Flores appear to be under the influence of any drugs or alcohol when you met with him?
Not at all. He was clean.
Did his eyes appear to be glossy as if he was high or anything like that?
I didn't see it.
Was he able to speak with you coherently?
Clean as a bell.
When you first met with Nava-Flores, were you aware if he had given a different version of his involvement in the case to another officer?
I did hear that.
And based on your interview with him, did he advise you what he told that initial officer?
Yes.
Did he then advise you that the version he was telling you was now in fact what he had actually?
I suppose you can. I sustain the objection.
Your Honor, this time I'm impeaching Mr. Nava-Flores from what his testimony.
Oh, you fucktard. If you want to impeach Mr. Flores, you do that towards Mr. Flores, not through this. Then you will have a statement, an affidavit, something from Detective Quinn, and impeach at the right time, in my opinion. Maybe Georgia has different rules. I don't know.
Have the witness on direct. So you can need that.
Was he able to tell you about what happened on September 11, 2013?
He was.
Was he able to tell you why he was over at Cleveland Avenue?
Yes, ma'am, he was.
Was he able to tell you who he came with on Cleveland Avenue?
Yes, ma'am, he did.
Was he able to tell you why he was in the Cleveland Avenue area?
He did.
Was he able to tell you whose car he was in?
He also told me that.
What about what car, who he gave the car to?
Yes.
Okay, this Flores guy, I remember. In my opinion, coherent on the stand. And I assume he will not, Detective Quinn will say stuff that Mr. Flores didn't testify to. Isn't that convenient?
Was he able to tell you if other people entered the car that he had given to someone else?
He did.
And was this entire interview captured on that audio recording?
Absolutely.
And have you had the opportunity to listen to this audio recording in preparation for?
Hi, Mr. Jingles. Ghostery. Hey, Mr. Jingles is here. Ah. Yeah, hello. For you who are new here, this is Mr. Jingles. Yeah, he actually looks like yeah. Yay! Yeah. 4 hours in, and now when we are a minute away from closing this down because I need my sleep. Now, Mr. Jingles is here. Yeah, you all got your wish. We got a visit from Mr. Jingles. Yay! Yeah. This is my farm cat. About 7 years ago, him and his brother was found at an abandoned barn. A friend of mine took them in. Then that friend had to move and couldn't bring the kids, or the kittens, or the cats. Mr. Jingles is somewhere between 8 and 10 years old. We are not exactly sure how long him and his brother was at that barn. We don't know. But they survived, and then they were handed over to me at my old place. Then I moved here to the farm, and Mr. Jingle stayed here, and Buster moved across the field to my aunt. So yeah. And the reason why Mr. Jingles is called Mr. Jingles is because when I got them, I could put a necklace with a bell on him. And the reason why Buster is called Buster is because I tried to give him a necklace with a bell on it, and that is how he treated my arms when I tried. So Mr. Jingles and Buster. All right. Let's finish this question and answer off, and then I have to go.
Your testimony here today.
Yes, ma'am.
Permission to approach, Your Honor.
You've shown that to defense counsel already.
Hold on. I missed that one.
Someone else.
He did.
And was this entire interview captured on that audio recording?
Absolutely.
And have you had the opportunity to listen to this audio recording in preparation for your testimony here today?
Yes, ma'am.
Permission to approach, Your Honor.
You've shown that to defense counsel already.
They proceed, Your Honor. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 160C. Tell me if you recognize State's Exhibit 160C.
This is the Eduardo Nava Flores interview. Even got my initials on it.
And have you had the opportunity to listen to that interview again in preparation for today?
I have.
And did that appear to be the full interview that you had with Mr. Nava Flores back on September 11, 2013?
That's it.
All right, folks. We are just over 4 hours. This is just before they are going. They might play the recording. I don't know. At the moment, my brain is a bit foggy. But you got a visit from Mr. Jingles before the end of it. And we will continue this tomorrow. Something tells me they will start late tomorrow. Lots of breaks, so I will be caught up in no time. I will start my stream around 11 a.m. That should take care of it. Around 11. Yeah, 11 a.m. And let's see here. Hold on. Let's do it like this. Yeah, around 11 a.m. So you can all watch Mr. Jingles. Let's see who's online. I can see Broken Baker. Yeah. Broken Baker is covering a Karen Reed hearing, I see. All right. Thank you, everybody, for showing up. Thank you for allowing me to try to translate this trial to you with legal information, snark, cursive words, and all the things. Thank you for the super chats, the gifted memberships. It's very, very valuable to me. That is what keeps this channel afloat. Thank you so much. And as always, hug your family. Unless your family's shit, then fuck them and give your love to the people who deserve it. Okay? See you all back here tomorrow. Bye-bye.